You kept pushing on, but then you went too far. When your ship has sailed and all your dreams are lost, everything is wrong, you feel like it's your fault. Just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. You're stronger now than you ever been. You gotta leave now, it's time to catch the wind. You will climb up high and look through the clouds, and when you're feeling low, I know you'll bounce back. Oh, and just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Stacy Strong Cup Series is gearing up for the longest race of the year at a track that sits just outside the race shops of NASCAR's premier racing teams and our Hall of Fame. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Concord, North Carolina, and these drivers are ready to turn 400 laps over 600 miles during the next few hours to see who can outlast and outperform the competition here in the SRM Cup Series. After dominating the All-Star Open and feature race last week in North Wilkesboro, Dylan Banks is looking to springboard himself into playoff contention tonight by duking it out with this league's marquee drivers such as Matt DeCiani and Kalamazoo, Michigan's Sean Rogers. I'm Dave Regal, alongside my brother from another mother, Mr. Matt Metler, our good friend, Mr. Alan Bergen, a menage a trois in the Tony Trapasso Memorial broadcast booth, and as always, we're thrilled to be with you every step of the way, from the green flag to the checkered flag, right here on Sim Racing Media. And boys, we have made it to Charlotte. We are here in the 600, and man, oh man, am I excited. And we're already rumble, stumble, fumble out of there. Alan, you got to unmute your microphone as we are just staggering out of the gates as if we just left the beer stand. As I'm waiting for Matt Metler and Alan Bergen to slide in here Chris Collinsworth style. Alan, can you hear me? Well, in that case, I'm going to pick up the ball and run with it myself. Qualifying is underway right now as Rodrigo Loga finishing up his effort running P3 right now. Bennett Allen qualified P6. Bobby Anderson in the 18 machine gets that Ford Mustang up here to the pole position. So a lot of drivers already running their qualifying sets tonight. More than 30 drivers in the field. That's going to make for some really exciting racing. We've got some exciting stories to share with you tonight. Of course, John Wilco out of McAdoo, Pennsylvania. He's going to be highlighted even more than usual because I was up in his neck of the woods today, and what a party we had as we look at this racetrack. 84 degrees in the stands, 1.5 miles around this oval. And that track temperature, 90 degrees, that track temperature is going to start to sink down a little bit, and that's going to also raise the speeds and drop the track times. Gentlemen, have you gotten in here to the broadcast booth yet?
This gentleman has, Mr. Regal. You know, you
My
mentioned
man, pots and pans.
Pots, pans, rattling cans. You know, you mentioned Bobby Anderson, current pole sitter. You know, he just ran 600 miles last night in the return 600, so he's already got a lot of practice under his belt. In fact, Pearson as well, so no surprise to see those two sitting 1 and 2 currently as we're currently in that qualifying.
Yeah, qualifying is well underway. Kavaja Holt just wrapping up his qualifying effort here. He went 25th fastest the first time around. Let's see what he can do when he closes this one out. Of course, points now back into play after we had the All-Star Week last week at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Matt DiCiani still retaining that lead over Sean Rogers and Nolan Hodgson as they are 1, 2, 3 right now atop the points. You know, the interesting thing that I find here is that Sean Rogers and Nolan Hodgson both were able to jump Patrick Gitter as he was absent at Darlington Motor Speedway. Robert Anderson, he climbs up into P5, so there's a lot of shifting and moving here. Biggest mover of the week 2 weeks ago at Darlington was Bennett Allen in the 35, so in 35th position, that is, jumping up 8 slots from 43rd. So listen, Matt, I know that you were off last week. It was, trust me, I missed you sitting here, but we're ready to rock and roll for 600 miles.
Yes, 600 miles. Pull those belts tight one more time, as Darrell Waltrip used to say. In fact, that Meineke Western Auto Paints keeps out there on the track right now. Talk about the timing. I'm fired up. I'm pumped up. I'm sure these drivers are as well, Dave.
Without a doubt. Now, as we get fired up, we, of course, want to make sure that we mention the most important thing of the day is that tomorrow, of course, is Memorial Day, a day where we honor our fallen veterans, those who have paid the ultimate price in service to this country so that we can enjoy the freedoms that we have. I cannot be more thankful for the men and women who have served in uniform that give us the ability to sit here in gym shorts and a T-shirt watching these races just like a normal, what we think of as normal, where some of the rest of the world would think that we take this for granted. And we need to take a moment today and remember that this is not a moment to be taken for granted, that this is a moment to be taken for serious. As we do want to ask everybody to please rise and remove your caps as we will, for the first time this season, play our national anthem arranged by Jack Stamp.
So look, Dave, I'll start this off. Here's the thing: you got to be patient. Don't make any hasty moves just yet, and be there at the end. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, I already had a moment in a different Discord channel with one of our younger drivers, and I reminded him, and he knows who he is, drive carefully. He's got 600 miles, 400 of these laps to turn. As we take a look at Mr. 305, Randall Watkins, driver the number 27. And I'll tell you what, Randall Watkins has become one of my favorite drivers to watch in this league. He every week he tries to put the work in. He's really fast, and yet at the same time, dumb things seem to happen around him.
Yeah, sometimes Watkins just cannot catch a break. He finds himself in the wrong place at the right time. And getting back to your keys of success tonight, that's one of the things that you have to try and avoid. You have a long race. It's a marathon tonight, 600 miles the distance. One thing that Alan didn't mention that I would like to, comers and goers. That's going to be a big story of this race. These cars are going to go through a transition, broad daylight, dusk, and night. So who's going to have the setup right when it counts? You're going to probably see some names at the front that are going to go to the back and vice versa. And that is going to be one of the main keys tonight to finding victory lane, is who has the setup right. As Larry McReynolds would say, the nighttime is the right time for SNN and prime time. And let's get this show cracking as we're almost 2 minutes through warm-up. Dave, no surprise. Look who's fastest on the board. Bennett Allen in the 15 always seems to be a factor here at Charlotte.
Yeah, you know, Bennett has this habit of getting the B-Blaze vintage Ford Mustang up here into contention. Of course, his brother RP, I know, serves, of course, his older brother, that is. And, of course, the Bennett family, and we will get to that in a little while, is nothing but a bunch of veterans who have protected this country. So I want to, make sure that I give a salute and a tip of the cap to Bennett as he is here holding the candle. Speaking of candles, here's Anthony Savignano in the 90, and he's got the red, white, and blue all over this thing. I mean, nothing says I'm a patriotic redneck like that much camo and that much red, white, and blue.
Yeah, that is hardcore right there. I can't say it any better myself, but a great looking scheme nonetheless.
Alan, now you're usually a dirt track kind of guy. What are you looking at as you come to a place like this that's going to go through so many changes like Matt was talking about?
Look, you got to race the racetrack. You got to be there at the end. The sun's going to go down. It's going to start off loose, and then as the race goes on and we progress through the race, you got to stay ahead of the track. You got to stay ahead of the time. It's like the dirt track. We're going to start off tacky. We're going to really, really slick. Or the other way around.
Taking a look at the first time that I've seen Brian Tarnowski change the car colors in 2 years since the passing of his wife Stacy, for whom this league is named. The Hauk Designs number 28. Look at this sharp-looking piece of artwork, Metler. I mean, listen, that's looking fast.
I like it. The wrap on that race car tonight. Under the lights, it's going to have a glimmer. It's going to have a gleam. And you're right, first time in about 2 years since he has changed the look of that ZL1 Camaro. Is that what it takes to put Tarnowski in victory lane? We've seen that throughout the course of NASCAR history. You make a change to the car, and whether it be the setup or the paint scheme on it, sometimes that's the mojo to put that driver in victory lane.
As we take a look here at Rafael Rodriguez, 23rd right now during the warm-up session. A new feature that we've got that we're going to have a chance to look at tonight as I go to pull that bad boy up. When we go to the in-car for interviews, we finally have a driver cam. Check this bad boy out. We'll be going to that a couple of times tonight, of course, for sure, at the end of the stages and so on and so forth. But listen, tonight it is all about the racing. With about 5 seconds left here in the warm-up session, we want to take one quick look here at our qualifying results. as we go high above the racetrack. Looks like Bobby Anderson retains his pole position right now, as he's going to sit up there in P1. Neil Pearson we're going to see sitting alongside of him as everything gets itself recycled here. But listen, 39 drivers set to take the green flag tonight as everybody starts to climb in to those racing machines.
39 drivers start this race. How much attrition? Who will survive and be alive at the checkered flag? That's what I'm here for. That's what Dave and the Allen Experience is here for. Sure, all you folks at home, that's why you're here as well. Want to thank you guys for joining us right here on SRM, as these drivers are now gridding. Bobby Anderson, Dave, as you mentioned, going to be the pole sitter. But how about Neil Pearson there in the 58, starts P2. Rodrigo Loga as well. I think that's the best starting spot he's had all season long, as he's going to roll off P3. Then you got Mr. Beast Mode himself, Chris Davis in 4th, and Matty Long's going to roll off 5th.
Sitting on the outside of row number 3, going to be Mr. Bennett Allen in the 15, while Ryan Samuelson and Sean Rogers going to occupy row number 4. Row 5 features Kavaja Holt and Paul Hill rounding out your starting top 10, as Ethan Eckert, the young man who I did give him the warning earlier. We've got 400 of these things to turn, so hopefully he heeded my warning, if you will, because I will talk trash during this race. Don't you worry, sir.
Yes, he will.
Chad Sander is going to sit on his outside in row 6, with Ron Fitting and Ryan Fisher making up row number 7, Alan.
Starting in the 15th position is Michael Caffey. Eric Papineau is starting 16th. 17th is Michael Smith. Chris Claude is starting 18th. 19th, Anthony Saviano. Stoney Benfield, the faster passer, will start 20th. 21st will be Keith Long. Mark Johnson will start behind him. And thank you.
Alexander Gangler and Chris Custer going to be in row number 13, with Jeff Carson in the number 9 from Cross Junction, Virginia, rolls off in row 14. Rafael Rodriguez and Andrew Deemer going to be in row 15, with Matt Mackin in the 01 rolling off here in 30th position. Brian Tarnowski from Waukesha, Wisconsin, and Dalton Mobley going to be starting in 31st and 32nd. Richard Pruitt and Randall Watkins, Mr. 305, they've decided they're going to start here closer to the back of the field, as well as Steve Herring, Kenron, McAdoo, Pennsylvania's very own John Wilco, and Nolan Hodgson going to be starting shotgun on the field from pit road. Obviously, that young man doesn't want to be entering or having any problems as the iRacing.com pace car lights are out. That means we're getting ready to go green flag racing this time by, Matt.
I'm still trying to catch my breath from that cartoon profile picture. If that's any indication how he's going to drive tonight, we better hold on. But that field is racked and stacked. Lights are out on the pace car. Dave, Allen, it's the calm before the storm. In just a few short moments, all heck is going to break loose, Dave.
Yeah, and of course, Alan's already ridden through the storm. Our thoughts and prayers are with those who have been affected by tornadoes already this evening. We're glad that Alan could make it safely. And believe me, the Allen Experience is not just a screen name, it's a verb. We get to... As Mr. Metler and I, we usually riff pretty good, but now we've added a third into our little threesome here up in the booth. And I'm not sure who the goat and who the farmer is, but we're going to have some fun tonight. As we get ready to turn them loose here, the iRacing.com pace car makes the hard left turn down pit road. Tony Trapasso, you're with us too. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wipe the visor and adjust the 5-point harness. Grandma, grab a bottle of Coke and settle in. Race fans, it's showtime!
Alan Berger's got the cattle prod, and they are on the metal. Here we go. 600 miles going into the turns 1 and 2 complex for the first time. Bobby Anderson leads the charge, but Alan, they are hot and heavy on his heels.
Well, they're getting ready to go 3 wide there. Anthony Saviano is making it 3 wide, and that's a little too early on lap 1 to be doing that business. Going into the 3 and the 4 complex.
They got it sorted out, and they go side by side. Rodrigo Loga. He's being scored as the 03, but showing up as the 78 tonight, so obviously he didn't get the memo about his paint scheme. However, they are side by side, he alongside of Bennett Allen coming through 1 and 2 on lap number 2.
Yeah, lap number 2, and I'm pretty sure Dave said Livin' La Vida Loca, Ricky Martin reference in there. I caught that. Is Bennett Allen now up 2 spots early into that 4th place position. He has got some speed in that dark horse. There's Sean Rockin' Rogers as well. He is up 3 positions already. How do these guys do it, Alan?
Very carefully, Neil Pearson has set the fastest lap of the race so far, that 29.92. And these guys are finally going to single out. And the other thing I want to point out too, guys, is these guys can really get single filed and spread out.
Yeah, a lot of these cars are going to wind up going single file. That's probably the best way to get around this piece in the Next Gen Cup car. You know, we call it the Next Gen Cup car, but let's be real, guys. This is just a plain old Cup car, as Rodrigo Loga just laid fast time down at 29.73 seconds on lap number 4. As we turn this lap, he is all over the rear bumper now of Neil Pearson. We're going to go right here along for the ride.
Sorry.
My goodness. He's trying to get up here early as the Buenos Aires native is all over that rear bumper looking for a way to get around Pearson.
Yeah, Loga is looking to live in La Vida Loga around that leader, Neil Pearson. You got that stuck in my head now, Dave. I got Ricky Martin playing in the background as he comes up and makes contact with the Camaro of Pearson, able to keep it underneath him. Dave, only 5 laps into this thing. Do we need to put that much pressure on these drivers already?
You know, some of these drivers, especially if you're trying to get up here around Pearson, first of all, it feels so. It's almost a surreal feeling to say a name like Pearson at a place like Charlotte. I mean, it just feels like David Pearson out here battling it out with Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip back in the 70s as he gets the 58 cranked up ahead of Rodrigo Loga. Looking back, though, deeper in the field, here's Ethan Eckert in the AutoZone machine here on the high side, working just over top of the 81 of Ryan Samuelson in the Old Bay Toyota Camry. I hope he's got a little bit of Old Bay to shake and bake and get around this piece tonight.
Oh, he's shaking the bacon right now. He's got that car set to kill on the outside of the racetrack. They are dead even as he slings it into the corner. And those Dr. Feelgood still fresh early. That lane should prevail. But I'll tell you what, there is a fight going on from Ryan Fisher. He is not laying over and giving him the slot, but now he does clear, Alan.
Yeah, so the number 11 car for Ethan Eckert. And like you said, these guys are working that outside line. That outside line's going to come, and these guys are going to start moving around. But I want to point out something. Like Alexander Gangler will have raced almost 1,800 miles after this race tonight, as he did the NIS series, and he did the Return 600 with you last night. So that's a long ways. I can't drive 1,800 miles.
No,
But
Alexander. Go ahead.
No, go for it, Dave. It's all you, brother.
Alexander Gangler represents the 8 team, and listen, once upon a time, yours truly drove that car. And I'll tell you what, looking down on that paint scheme, the Tricia's Hope Toyota Camry, knowing what he's put his body through as far as racing this week, it makes me wonder, does he need a different hobby or a girlfriend to keep him occupied?
I'm gonna say hobby.
That's what we call it these days, a hobby. Got it.
Everybody needs a hobby, pal. Looking down here on Chad Sander and Anthony Savignano as we work lap number 10. Now we can see Sander working over top of Savignano. Now Sander has been in this league for a very long time. He has paid his dues, and he deserves to be up here battling it out toward the top 10. Again, one of the things that happens with him, as well as Randall Watkins back in the 27, is they're just sometimes in the wrong place at the wrong time, it seems. These drivers, they put so much time into the setups and into the practicing, and then they come out here and get caught up in somebody else's, BS.
Yeah, they got that dark black voodoo cloud over the race car out there on the racetrack, and they just seem to attract a dark black hole. And the minute something pops off, Dave, you don't even want to assume, but you can't help when your mind goes there when you automatically think those two drivers. Let's see if they can get that wrong turned around tonight. Is Sanner off to a great start here. He's just inside the top 15th in that 13th place position, now 12th, but that car looks really stable. It looks to be picking up speed as we now work lap 12.
Well, yeah, I'm watching Ron Fitting do Ron Fitting things. He's back there in 17th, but a lot of these guys could be riding it out until they get to the last stage. I mean, we've got, 4 stages tonight, guys?
4 total stages, 400 total laps. Stages are going to be pretty easy to figure out and calculate tonight. Stage 1 going to end at the conclusion of lap 100. Stage 2 at the end of 200. Stage 3 at the end of 300. And finally, mercifully, the checkered flag will come out after 400 laps. Hopefully we don't have to settle things out NASCAR overtime style. So knock on wood and everything else nearby that we go do this in regulation time. 13 tire sets for these drivers. That puts the pit window somewhere in and around 35 to 50 laps. And there's going to be a lot of drivers that stretch that even further as Rodrigo Loga has taken over the race lead over top of Bennett Allen. And once you hit that clean air at a place like Charlotte, you can really set sail. You can even try to save fuel in some sections of this racetrack. We saw a lot of that last week at North Wilkesboro, clutching through turns. And that may be something that we start to see as we move further toward the night.
Yeah, talking about the stretch play, some of the drivers like last night's winner, Patrick Gitter, who sadly I don't see in competition tonight, he was able to go 67 laps on a tank of Go Fast. Now, if you want to dare your tires to hold up that long, that's another thing. But, Dave, that is an absurd amount of laps out there on one set of tires. You mentioned all those Dr. Feelgoods laying in the pit, but depending on how this race goes, we might not use every set that we have.
That's true, and I mean, as we get deeper into the night, there's going to be a lot more grip in this racetrack. 67 laps is not out of the question, so to speak, because you got to remember, if you're saving fuel, you're also not abusing your equipment. If you can manage to, squeeze out every last drop, and of course, as I say that, Bennett Allen looks to try to take the lead and just blew the doors off of Loga. Holy Christmas. Look, there's no door handles left on the 78. Oh, wait, it didn't come with them. My bad.
Nah, they're still at the factory plant. And that Camaro is going to try and follow the 15 through, being piloted by Sean Rogers. As he's got a fender, now he's got a half the car, and he is going to clear the 3 of Loga. So suddenly, Loga, who's virtually led the opening laps here, now slots back to third. Bennett Allen to the point, and Rogers in P2.
Speaking of Sean Rogers, Amanda Price in the YouTube.com live chat cheering him on. And then we get it here. First off, somebody, Virgo22 Deck, said, Dave, I'm the worst. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. As Sean Lake, my work mistress, slides right in here as I'm here with, well, basically my harem of whores here at Sim Racing Media. As this little menage a trois is only 19 laps old, and I can't wait to see who's going to finish first. It says they couldn't figure out the lockout for the broadcast door.
We got problems.
Who's got problems? We're fine. He's down there on the apron.
I don't think he'd say the same if you keyed him up right now.
I don't think we should hear what he's saying right now.
I heard what he was saying. Thank God we didn't.
We don't have the same rules as the FCC, but
it's fine.
It's hot and spicy in someone's pit, and we'll just leave it at that.
I've already
right
got
now.
chili in the bowl right here, and it's delicious.
Well, I got some 4-alarm fire to add to it, Mr. Regal.
But Shane Lake letting us know that his dad served in the Air Force ages ago and passed a couple of years ago. And it's why he's on his late model car and of course, the reason that Shane got into NASCAR in the first place. Well, there's Allen shattering. Didn't even make the green flag. You know what? I love this dude. Here comes my Chris Collinsworth line of the night. Now, here's a guy who gets the stick.
Yeah, maybe the buried side of it.
What? Oh boy, we got this for the next 4 hours.
Oh, I couldn't help myself. I had to. Matt won.
Matt won, Dave 73. It's kind of
Wait,
like watching that
wouldn't
movie,
that
The
be
Little
like-
Giants, and they finally gained a yard. Here goes Dalton Mobley coming off track. Let's take a piece. Dalton Mobley here in the deuce. Looks like he got loose as a goose coming out of 4. And maybe he forgot that this isn't the Roval night.
Well, he certainly was able to use part of the Roval to his benefit, get that car straightened back out and back into the groove there without inflicting any harm to himself or any other competition out there on the racetrack. And while that was going on, Alan, Sean Rogers starting to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, Sean Rogers, like you said, starting to pull away. But I tell you what, these guys are going to save a ton of money on groundskeeping, as these cars are essentially going to do it for them. But I tell you what, man, Bennett Allen, I think he's going to be there at the end. And I'm a huge fan of these guys. I like watching the series. Even when I'm not in the booth, I always watch, not just for the entertainment and the laughter, but these guys are, I'm a fan of a lot of these guys now.
What entertainment and laughter? This is a very serious place.
Housekeeping, you want me for a pillow? That entertainment.
That's the one.
Oh,
Found
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Side by side goes the 18 and the 78, as now Bobby Anderson has worked his way back up here toward the lead. He's starting to be quiet about this, and these are the people in this league that we really need to pay attention to. When they're almost like snipers, they just quietly work their way through the field. I mean, even Ethan Eckert's managed to figure that one out tonight. You know, taking his time. Of course, as I say that, he swings to the inside as if he's about to hit somebody with a big stick. But, wow, 3 wide.
3 wide.
Whoa, hello,
Oh,
hi,
Brad.
we're there.
The 81, the meat in the middle. Whee! Samuelson's not going to like that one.
No, you want to ruffle the 81's feathers? Put him 3 wide under 50 laps in the books. That's
Yeah.
the last person you want to, set to boil, because he knows how to turn it on quick, fast, and in a hurry. Oh, big time wiggle there from Eckert.
Eckert just got himself back in the line and said, you know what? I've had enough of trying to do this on my own. Let me just get back in line here.
You remembered what you said, Dave.
He heard me getting ready to start talking smack. A little smack.
Hey, look, I've said this already. Dave Regal could probably be a spotter and a commentator and a crew chief.
Oh, he's done that for me before at Talladega.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It works out. It's kind of like the blind leading the blind.
And somehow we netted a 3rd place finish.
I'm still very proud of that, by the way, in my spotting debut. You have to remember, when you're talking about NASCAR, spotting is something completely different.
It is. But you did a really good job, and you won't even know it because you were calling the race at the same time.
You know what's disgusting, though? Nobody figured out that it was me sitting there watching you as I was calling the rest of the race from high above everything.
Yeah, I was watching pieces of the broadcast, and I was like, I think I know why he's going with that camera angle.
Had to keep an eye on my boy.
Exactly. Well, speaking of your boy, how about Keith Long here? He is getting to work early, already up 6 spots, has cracked the top 20, currently sits in that 18th place position. Lap times, they're on the competitive side. Last time by, he ran a 31:05, and that is quicker than a lot of the cars in front of him.
You're not wrong there, but the
see-
faster pastor is.
I was about to
climbing
say,
the
I see the
pylon.
faster pastor here in a very patriotic NC811.org paint scheme tonight. And listen, Stoney's already up 3 positions, now 2, as he's got Paul Hill on the high side. But this is going to be a driver that we pay attention to for a long time. Of course, as everybody who should be tuning in on a Thursday night to hang out with me should know, of course, he has now debuted in the Racers Elite Cup Series. Now the pastor out of Albemarle, North Carolina, here competing once again on Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series action. Usually a regular driver in the in the Truck Series. So Stoney Benfield creeping his way through, doing the same thing, just keeping an eye on everybody, keeping himself safe.
a.k.a. the Creeper.
Well, what he's going to do is by the end of this thing, he's going to be bringing 42 other guys to the Lord when he crosses the finish line first.
It's fair. He's got a chance.
He does. Hey, look, everyone has a chance in this race as long as you're on the lead lap, especially with the marathon that we have to run tonight right now. Everybody's in it to win it as far as I'm concerned. And with the star-studded lineup we have here tonight, we know it is going to be a shootout when it comes down to go time. In fact, it's already been very competitive. As Matty Long, don't look now, he is now slotted himself into that number 2 position from Dirty South Racing. Dave, we know he is one of the long-run boys. At 33 laps in, he has almost caught Sean Rogers for the lead.
You know, here's the thing with Matt Long. We've seen him be a bridesmaid so many times. He looks gorgeous in the bridesmaid dress, holding that tiny bouquet, but he's finally ready to get in the big dress. As he now looks to the inside of Sean Rogers, they're going to go side by side for just a second as the 97 overtakes the 44 and decides he's going to be the Pied Piper. Whoa! Loosens up coming out of 4. That's going to reopen the door for Rogers as Matt Long gathers the 97 back up underneath him. You know, I really want to see, me personally, I want to see Matt Long do so well. He's such a good dude to chat with and hang out with. And, you know, I'm just tired of seeing him be a bridesmaid.
You know, I am too. He certainly deserves a W. He has been so darn good and competitive in this series. And when you interview him, he doesn't sound dejected or discouraged. He's always a pleasure to talk to. But Dave, I could not agree with you more. It's time for him to put the big cojones on, put that dress on, put the veil on, make sure his makeup's all done up and looking pretty, and put him in victory lane.
Well, right now we're on board with Bobby Anderson, and you know, this car is not politically correct because you see he's running the M&M's scheme, and yet he's a Ford driver. He's a part of the Blue Oval fraternity, but I can get behind it if it was a 38 car, but nonetheless, I do like some M&Ms. I am a peanut butter M&M kind of guy. As we were riding down the back straightaway.
Quality M&M.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as those M&Ms don't turn into Reese's Pieces for Anderson, it's going to be a good night as he currently runs here in that second place position. Again, the top 3, top 5 here, no surprise. I mean, this is almost like deja vu, is it not, Dave Regal?
Deja vu for the SRM Menage a Trois as Neil Pearson runs in P5 right now. He's down off the top. You know, he started on that front row. And already Andrew Deemer down a lap. He's actually down 3 laps. Right now, Chris Claude is out. I don't know. Oh, you know what? No, he's not. We're going to see some interesting connection issues from some of these folks as there are some really heavy storms rolling through the middle of the country and on their way toward Chris Claude there in Fairview, Tennessee.
You know, I was just going to say that, not to cut you off, Dave. Also, our fearless leader, Jonathan Leach, has inadvertently went tornado hunting on his way home, but he's currently driving in to some tornadic supercells. So we want to give him a shout out, tell him to stay safe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Bobby Anderson.
Get some video.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, get some video for us, John. I have faith in you.
I think he can intercept one.
If there's somebody that I'm going to go hang out in a tornado with, Jonathan Leach would definitely be at least in my top 5.
For sure.
What about Reed Timmer?
I'm fine. That's fine. What I really want to listen. What I want to do is I want to come on down there to Florida and I want to strap myself to a palm tree at Mettler's house during a hurricane.
I'll give you some goggles and a helmet. Don't worry.
I already have my own helmet and coloring books. It's fine.
Okay. You just need a beer dispensing helmet and you'll be all set.
Speaking of beer, as we're a tenth of the way through this race, 40 laps in the books. So I had the distinct pleasure of no. Let's see if I can find this fella here. John Wilco out of McAdoo, Pennsylvania. Got to hang out with some of his folks today as we celebrated 50 years of Polka Joe on 105.5 WMGH in Lansford, Pennsylvania. And first of all, 50 years for anybody at a job is pretty darn good. 50
That's
years
a
to
round
be
of
playing
applause.
polkas on the radio, even more impressive. So, of course, a lot of Polish things, a lot of Polish food, and I was introduced to a food today. Now, of course, we had the beer, we had the food, we had the dancing. I had kielbasa. I had kielbasa and combined it with something called bunduki. Bunduki. I can only assume that this is something that's regularly served at the McAdoo home of John Wilco. But bunduki, it turns out, is basically Polish meatballs made with pork. And let me tell you, it is amazing.
I've had it once or twice, and it is certainly tasty. I put a little hot sauce in there, too, just to give it a little extra pizzazz. And now I'm hungry, Dave, so thank you.
Yeah, well, look, I'm here to tell you that the Polish have some of the best. Look, we can all be like, oh, I love to go to the Italian restaurant, or for those of us of the German blood, I love me some schnitzel. But let me tell you, the Polish have the big, sausagey, meaty foods that are just delicious.
Tata Kaluski is also pretty good, too.
What are delicious?
Tata Kaluski.
Ah, yes. Also, that's a cousin
Never
to
had
the pierogi.
Yes, it is, and it is a darn good cousin.
Well, I mean, how good of a cousin? I mean, I know you're in the deep south, but like, how good of a cousin are you talking?
Now you see where I'm going with this. See, you're starting to say, hey,
Take a look at Sean Rogers out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. I can only assume that they've got to have good kielbasa in Michigan.
I mean, they got a lot of things in Michigan. They got snow in Michigan.
No, thank you. I like to live in a temperate climate. See, here's the thing. Metler lives in just this side of paradise in Florida, right? Except I need me some cold weather. Like, I need to be able to walk outside and, freeze my noonie a little bit when I'm cold,
Well, you get that about 3 days a year when it will randomly just drop all of a sudden under 40 for about 3 hours. So then you freeze and shiver, and it feels like negative 20, even though it's not. And then you come back inside, you go outside again, and it's over 50.
Look, Matt Metler lives in the retirement home of America.
It's called
if you're retired, you go to.
I don't live in Okeechobee.
No, but I was at the buffet there and decided to rename myself Okeechobee.
Or you can just staple yourself to the Waffle House. That works too.
Listen, let me tell you, there is something about the Waffle House that, first off, we have a couple up here up north, but they do it better in the South.
Yes, they do.
You know why? They put olive oil in the eggs.
How did they get an entire cartoon character in eggs?
I don't have those answers you seek. But I can tell you that Sean Rogers is now slid back to 6th place after being up there and leading about 20 laps ago. Perhaps he has gone to save mode, Dave. But nonetheless, that 44 has backed off the pace just a little bit over about the last 10 laps or so.
Ethan Eckert down pit road. He's the first to blink here in our initial green flag pit cycles as we take a peek out here. Who just came in the door? But it looks like the dog father just slid in.
Came in the door.
Ding Dong says Discord. As Shane Lake, my work mistress, just slid in. Hiya, fella.
With all this talk of food and the harem and everything else, I had to poke my head in. I'm laughing my tail off in the chat, which, by the way, it's still popping off. This is a great broadcast already.
Let me tell you right here. You literally have just proved that Sunday Night NASCAR on Sim Racing Media is the place to be. It's almost like we suddenly have 19 people in here.
Everyone wants to get on the show. It's infectious.
Well, so
Hey,
is
I've covered a
hepatitis.
couple of these races with Dave. I've covered a couple of these races with you. The action's amazing, and now I'm just laughing my tail off half the time in here. So yeah, it's great.
You know, Matt,
That,
where
of
you said
course-
that it's infectious, but so is hepatitis and syphilis.
Don't forget about the herpes.
Or you can go with the trio. You get gonosyphilis herpes and be done with it.
You know that's what killed Ben Franklin.
Someone is dying. Literally.
Starting to get some wholesale pit stops going as we focus back here on the action. Bennett Allen in the 15. He comes down in the B-Blaze Vintage Ford Mustang. Sean Rogers down pit road as well. Ryan Samuelson, Kavaja Holt, Mitchell Smith, Paul Hill, and Anthony Savignano in the 90. He's about to slide to a stop here. Doesn't slide the tires. That takes a lot of skill after coming off the racetrack for so long. And right now,
Well, Dave,
22nd through 29th down pit road.
Let me ask you a second there, Dave. You mentioned not sliding the tires. 52 laps on those Dr. Feelgoods. They become Feel-Bads. Do you give up time being ginger into the box, or do you gain time by just locking them up and coming to a screeching halt? What's your opinion there?
I'll tell you what, here's the thing. If you take your time and you do it right, you don't have to do it twice. If you hurry yourself in there, you wind up sliding, missing your pit box, having to throw it back into the reverse. And for those of us that use sequential shifters, that's a pain in the tuchus, so as it is. Do it once, do it right.
Hey, you know what? It's like, what do they say? Measure twice, cut once, right? I agree with you 110%. Look at Matty Long. He threads the needle, parts the Red Sea like Moses, and he goes to the point.
Well,
Oh, no.
Matt Long
Somebody-
leads this piece right now. He's followed by Neil Person. I don't know what these guys are laughing at. Chris Davis running in P3 now watches Bobby Anderson melt away from P4 as he comes down pit road in the M&M Ford Mustang. Matt Long also, let's see, I can't tell. This may be connection issues from Matt Long as Bobby Anderson comes on down pit road. Chris Custer out of Ohio and Ron Fitting gets the 3 down pit road. Drivers starting to, shuffle around this pit cycle here on lap number 55. I called it right. Lap 35 to 55. Well, 30 to 50, 35 to 50 that is for the pit window, and here we are at 55. So guys, trying to play it conservative here in the early goings of this race with now 45 laps to go in stage number 1. We're going to step
55.
aside right now, and we're going to be honoring, of course, a couple of our drivers in just a moment. So we want to thank everybody for tuning in and making us a part of your evening as we go through green flag pit stops. Thank you for tuning in right here on Sim Racing Media.
Copy.
This is the driver Randall Watkins, and his grandfather Ralph Watkins, grandfather of driver Randall Watkins, there we go, was a gunner's mate aboard a battleship at the end of World War II and came under attack by kamikazes, and his best friend was killed. That's all he would ever say about it. Randall joined the Navy because of his grandfather, and he was an EMN-2 nuclear power plant operator on the CVN-65 Enterprise for 6 months in 1984, and from 84 to 86 served above the CVN Nimitz. So, Randall Watkins, we thank you for your grandfathers and for your service, as I am proud to call you my brother from another mother. Thank you, Randall, as we continue here through our family members. Next out of the gate is Eric Papineau. His veteran is Sergeant Edward Rocket, his father-in-law. And Eric Papineau is a Sergeant U.S. Army retired as well. Ed, pictured here on the left side of your on the left side of the screen, was a sergeant in the MA Army National Guard, serving as a wheel mechanic, 63B, and we tragically lost him in July 2015 due to a massive heart attack. And he was proud of our nation and his family. So, Eric, thank you for your service. We thank Edward for his service, and of course Randall as well. Thank you, all of you, for your service as we step aside and pay some bills here on Sim Racing Media.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Basket can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on. Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it. They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Abramitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway as the Stacy Strong Cup Series is 64 laps into the 400 that will make up the 600 miles here in the 2024 Coca-Cola 600. Dave Riegel, Matt Metler, Alan Bergen, and Shane Lake with you here in the Sim Racing Media broadcast booth. Apparently, everybody finally got the message that I've been trying to spread. It's almost like I'm some kind of a NASCAR evangelist. Sunday night is the place to be on Sim Racing Media. And Matt, listen, we've been together for, at this point 2 years. What do you see in these drivers that is now finally starting to develop after green flag pit stops?
You're more like a Kirby salesperson at a Benny Hinn convention. What? What? Talking about these pit stops, though, as you mentioned there, Dave Riegel, we're seeing a lot of different strategy here. Some of these guys that decided to come down earlier in the cycle, we're seeing the benefit because of that speed advantage on those fresher Dr. Feelgoods, like Davis in the 74, Fisher, who's now in that 6th place position. Matt Long, though, I don't know how he does it, but the 97 defies all the odds, just takes the notes or what shoulda, coulda happened, crumbles it up, throws it out the window, and here he is. The hot HTL man is back with the plan at Charlotte, and he carries the torch on a very special Sunday night. Alan Bergen, can this man go the distance? I know it's early, but does the bridesmaid so many times on Sunday night, could this be the night that he punches through on one of the biggest stages of the season?
Well, Matt Long is, like I said, like you said, he's take that note, throw it out the window. But I tell you what, I think he's going to be up front there at the end. And, look, Dave loves Dave loves St. Louis more than he loves Atlanta, Georgia, mostly the Braves, because the Braves ruined his childhood. As my beloved St. Louis Cardinals really never had anything to play
I have
for
a
in the
reason to
90s.
like Atlanta. I would like to contest that, but go on.
So, hey, look, we're gonna give you things to talk about for sure. I'm gonna be the butt of your jokes, but right now I want to give a special shout out to my nephews, twin Garrett and Gage. They are 15 years old today, so it's their birthday today, and I just want to shout them out real quick before I throw it back to you, Dave.
And before we head on over there, first of all, I would like to say, since he is from Atlanta, Georgia, so is our title sponsor tonight, Coca-Cola and the Coca-Cola Company. Oddly enough, May 8th, 1886, 138 years ago, John Pemberton, who was wounded in the American Civil War and was addicted to morphine, just saying, that's been going on for more than just the recent wars, he actually had developed Coca-Cola as an elixir, if you will. But the only reason that I can find to like Atlanta is the fact that that's where Coca-Cola was born. Now, Shane, I don't know if you're a Coke or Pepsi guy, but you strike me as a Coke guy.
Actually, I'm more of a Mountain Dew guy, let's be honest here.
See, now when I said Coke, I was... Never mind.
He's all decked up for Mountain Dew.
Hey, I might have worked at a bar as a bouncer and a DJ, but come on here. Let's be real.
Hey, I'm a DJ. What are you trying to say?
I mean...
Hey, fellow DJs know what's going on, brother.
That's right. That's right. We got the best spot in the house, don't we? Just like up here in the booth.
You know, here's the thing. I know that I personally have tried to sniff Coke at least once in my lifetime, but every time the ice cubes got stuck in my nose. You see what I did there, kids? That's you know. Stick here with Uncle Dave and his dumb interjections.
Captain Pixie Stick, our fearless producer tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Fearless.
You see what Matt Long is doing right now? He's putting distance on the field.
Fearless is an understatement, as right now we work lap number 73. We're taking a look at Anthony Savignano. Take a look at this paint scheme, Shane. I mean, this looks like America.
That is pure and unadulterated America if I ever seen anything. I mean, wow.
Are any of you guys aware that the
delivery on that one? That was A+. I got to give him that. That was good.
That's a good one right there. Now look at this guy.
Clever.
He gets the show. As you know, I do want to highlight. Oh, look at that! He's even got here on the back of the 47 Mitchell Smith highlighting the USMC. Of course, the United States Marine Corps.
Marine Corps.
And, you know, interestingly enough, the Marine Corps founded right here in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, at Tun Tavern.
1775, my Marine Corps came alive.
Attaboy, Luther.
That's why they're grumpy.
You just figured that out, huh?
Yeah. I thought you were just a ray of sunshine.
Oh, God.
Whoa. All this going on in the booth, and Brian Samuelson is now cracked. Whoa! Someone decided to take the Evel Knievel line down the backstretch there.
Let's take another look at this one here from Savignano, who, you know, to your point, that's definitely the Evel Knievel line. He rolls out of turn 2. He kissed the wall a little bit. And you know what? Something that we see in this league, almost more than any other league, is that the drivers are more than capable of getting themselves down to the apron and out of the line of fire. You know, something that we don't want to see is, hey, listen, I kissed the wall. Let me see if I can get right back in the line. You check up in front of somebody, and boom goes that proverbial dynamite. We've gone 77 perfect innings right now, if you will. As right now, Matt Long pitching that perfect game here leads the way after qualifying P5 on the inside of row 3. Leads by now 1 point and now 2 seconds even.
Yeah, Matt Long, 2 minutes will make her right. You got Matt Long on the racetrack leading. I'm up in the booth, but someone I haven't heard from a lot yet, the Don Dogfather. I'm going to throw this over to you, my man. How are you enjoying this race through 78 laps of competition thus far, man?
Well, to be honest with you, this has definitely been a great race so far, but the one key factor I'm looking into for later on is fatigue. You might be feeling good now, but with 50 laps to go, are you sure you're going to be able to have enough in the tank to get through the final 50 and score that victory that's all important here tonight?
Yeah. So taking a look at the weather right now, it's 93 degrees on the racetrack. It's scorching down there, but it's 83 degree temperature, area ambient temperature, with 50% relative humidity. So, you know, air-wise, it's a Chamber of Commerce type of day. But, you know, I want to piggyback off of Shane's point, as I did run one of these full-length Coke 600s, and you got to be fit because your legs, as you're working the throttle, will essentially start to cramp up about halfway through.
Not only that, I mean, even if you have a full motion rig, I mean, that ups the ante as well there. As Scooby-Doo almost inflicts himself concrete poisoning there as he gets really close there with the outside retaining wall, Dave. He's going to get it back in line just in front of that 75 machine. Now as we go on board with Stoney Benfield, the North Carolina man, he is looking to the inside. Here's Shaggy's looking awful petrified as he turns it down to the bottom. He is eating good in the neighborhood. Can he make the pass? That 77's going to hold it to the floorboards. He's going to clear him. Yes, he can come down, but he stays up to stay in the draft of Mobley. That's going to keep the door open, and here we go. He's going to try and force it in there again, Dave.
From the pulpit to the cockpit, the faster pastor, Stoney Benfield, works to the inside now as he tries to draft his way up alongside Rich Jet, as Rich Jet just slammed the door shut on Stoney. Now, Seba Cornez, he runs just behind our race leader, Matt Long. All of a sudden, these cars back here, they are in the crosshairs of Matt Long. Nolan Hodgson just registering as having gone off track. Let's see what happened with him here in the 12 machine. We see Nolan here. Oh my. He's going to be side by side. There it is. Contact with the 00. Slides right in front of Kavaja Holt and still keeps it moving forward as he bounces through the infield. That's got to be uncomfortable. Could you imagine being in a full motion rig as you just slammed your tailbone right there into the seat?
That would hurt.
But
I tell you, hurt. Only for a second.
83 laps in the books, Shane, as we start to work here with Matt Long, our race leader, getting ready to put the deuce of Dalton Mobley down a lap.
Yeah, which these guys are going to be wanting to come in at the end of the stage, trying to get some more fresh tires. But the racing so far has been beyond impeccable. To go 84 laps green here at Charlotte, you don't see that anywhere. But yet again, here we are.
Here we are, and we are here wherever you may be and however you may be listening. We want to thank you all for tuning in to Sim Racing Media tonight. A special night, of course, a Memorial Day night, as we are just getting ready to celebrate our nation's fallen heroes tomorrow on Memorial Day, formerly known as Decoration Day, until after World War I. Amanda Price still here cheering on the 44 of Sean Rogers. Rogers now dropping back to 5th position for the time being. But wow!
Hello!
Oh my, we're having some fun now.
Matt Long's having a lot of fun right there.
Yeah, someone was just about knocking on heaven's door. I don't know if Matt Long realized that race car was there or not, but those two dark horses can't occupy the same spot at the same time, or as they said in Back to the Future, the space-time continual, and that almost got ugly, Alan.
He was missing his flux capacitor there for a minute. Neil Pearson's giving... Neil Pearson's giving chase to Matt Long there, and there's a faster there right behind Matt Long also. And these guys are just being patient and running these laps. It doesn't surprise me that we're 87 laps in and we're still green flag racing.
You know,
this is some of the most impressive racing that I've seen on the iRacing servers. I mean, a couple of years ago, I ran in a public Coca-Cola 600 in the Cup car. In fact, it was the same year that the next-gen car made its appearance on iRacing. And by the end of the race, I got a nice finish because there were only like 6 of us left at that point. here right now, 88 laps in the books, and we still have a full field out here for you folks. 39 drivers, looks like, let's see, 34 drivers still actively out here as Andrew Deemer, Rafael Rodriguez, Randall Watkins, Jeff Carson, and Richard Pruitt have all decided to put it on the hauler early and beat everybody else back to the beer stand, as Alan says. Dave Regal, Alan Bergen, Matt Metler, and Shane Lake with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. This has been quite a night, folks, with 11 laps to go this time by in Stage 1. It's still literally anybody's race, even with Matt Long leading so dominantly.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I worry about, and I mean that with a ton of respect. I talked about this at the top of the broadcast. If your car is too good early, could that be potentially a problem when the sun goes down, the lights come on, and the track temps plummet? Matt Long, though, I bet you he's got a game plan. They're going to stay on top of this racetrack. But if I was on top of the box, I would almost be saying to myself, perhaps this 97 Dark Horse Mustang is a little too good right now. Is Dave, he's got almost a 3-second advantage over Neil Pearson.
And
That
Neil
is
Pearson,
tremendous.
Neil Pearson's trying to work his way through lap traffic right now. He's got the 77, and he's got, that's the 77 of Rich Jett now behind him. He's got Dalton Mobley and Seba Cornez just ahead of him. These are some really tough drivers, and you know what? They aren't going to just give up and roll over, that's for sure. Stoney Benfield right now, if the caution flag were to fly, he would be your lucky dog. But Matt Long already trying to put Anthony Savignano into the crosshairs. We're going to have to keep an eye on basically who that lucky dog's going to be. Now, we can see Matt Long here in the top of your screen. He's looking forward to where Ken Ron out of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania runs, just ahead of him in the Isaacs 33. And let me tell you about Isaacs here as I find Ken Ron running right now in 32nd position. Isaacs is a little sandwich shop. We had one in Reading, Pennsylvania. I think it's still there. I'm not sure, because when I was a kid, I remember going there when it was fresh open and everything, and they wanted to charge, I'll never forget listening to my dad rant and rave over a $6 peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Was it extra crunchy?
No, I was a child. I didn't get into crunchy peanut butter until I was older. That's an age thing.
Was it like, was it proprietary peanut butter?
Yeah, they were back there grinding the peanuts together.
Hey, then it could be worth the $6.
No peanut butter. Listen, I know how to make peanut butter. Barney the dinosaur told me that you take the peanuts and you crush them. It's not difficult if a 4-year-old can do it.
You're forgetting a lot of steps, Dave.
Look, all I know is that's how it works. What do I look like, George Washington Carver?
You could.
Shane, I don't know about you, but I'm not from... Speaking of, another reason to like Georgia is, of course, its peanut industry. Shane, are you aware of Georgia's peanut industry?
Yeah, it's got quite the industry.
For crying out loud, this country elected a peanut farmer to be president. We somehow are confused on how we got to... And we're somehow confused on how Joe Biden's the president, but we elected a peanut farmer. It's fine.
Tell that to Ethan Allen and the Green Mountain Boys. Let's see what they have to say about that.
Oh,
here we go. It's almost like you just want to grease up the slide and see how far down we can go before shooting off the end.
Well, I do have some celebratory mortars outside ready to blast off after the race.
Mortars.
Oh, God, help us tonight. We're going down really deep.
If you light off a martyr, that's a human, and I think they call it homicide.
No, a mortar. Mortar, not a martyr.
I swear to God, it sounded like you said martyr.
May have been the southern slang kind of crept up on me there.
Good Lord. And you call yourself a Buffalonian. Is that what it is?
I didn't... Whoa, wait a minute. Oh,
Buffalo decided they weren't
Buffalonian. I was born there.
I'm just saying. Matt Long leading us here on lap number 97. Three more times around this circuit, this time by at the line as he crosses the start-finish line. Just working his way past the 71 of Keith Long, Kavaja Holt next on the menu as basically Matt Long has strapped on a hairnet and decided that he is going to be serving lunch to the entire SNN Cup League because he is out here a man on a mission to put everybody behind him at least one lap.
Yeah, perhaps the worst thing this field did was let him run 600 laps last night because he is on another planet tonight. This car just keeps getting better. I was wrong, Dave. I thought he was too good too early, and it was almost like when I said that, he found another gear in that car, and he has doubled his lead over the 58 of Pearson. He is clicking cars a lap down like it's no one's business right now. He now closes in on the 89 of Steve Herring. Alan, this is just an incredible drive here as we're one to go in the stage.
One to go in the stage, and Matt Long is, well, look, he's on a Sunday drive, and as he's getting ready to put another car lap down, but I have been, Jonathan Leach has been texting me, and, well, he is almost to Poplar Bluff, Missouri, so he is not inadvertently chasing storms, and he is not going to intercept the storm tonight.
I told you he'd turn around.
I mean, when they say get back in your house, as Matt Long crosses the start-finish line, he captures the green and white checkered flag. He'll be followed by Neil Pearson, Bobby Anderson, Chris Davis, Sean Rogers, Ryan Fisher, Bennett Allen, Rodrigo Loga, and Tanner Marty and Nolan Hodgson, as they just had to sort it out here at the very end. Nolan Hodgson with the connection issues as he comes out of turn 4, just barely edging out Tanner Marty and holding Ethan Eckert outside of the top 10. So Matt Long, your stage 1 winner at the end of a perfect stage here in the Stacy Strong Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now that 87 has got the slot car set up because there ain't nobody touching that boy right now. If it's that good later on tonight, whoo, that 87 is going to be a behemoth tonight. And I can't wait to see if he's able to close out the show.
Yeah, to your point there, Shane, Rick Jeanneret said it best in 1998, as Tony Trapasso would say, these guys are good, scary good, and that's 100% what Matt Long is right now. That 97 is scary good. And to your point, if the nighttime becomes the right time for this man, Lord only knows what type of lap times that dark horse will be turning as he leads the charge down pit road. Let's see if he can execute in his box here and maintain the lead as he now hunts for his pit stall.
And a hunting he shall go as he slides it in here. We're going to have a chance to chat with him as soon as that pit service is complete. The field now making their way past him as the lap car is going to get a chance to come on by. As the 97 going to get serviced, 4 tires and a tank of a tank of Go Fast here as we get a chance to speak here with Matt Long, driver of the number 97. Hey, Matt, it's Dave up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
How y'all doing?
Listen, we're doing good, but you're doing even better down there, my man. You've spent a lot of times, we were talking about it, you spent a lot of times this season as a bridesmaid. Are you ready to kiss your groom and finally get that checkered flag here?
Man, I hope so. Long way to go. I know my teammates, Neil and Bobby, are really fast back there, and this track's going to change a ton. I've ran a ton of Charlotte this weekend, so I kind of know what it's going to do. But, yeah, anything could happen. But just going to hope to keep it up front and see where we're at for this last 100.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot to try to represent here tonight. Of course, we were talking about peanut butter a little while ago. Of course, your state, big on peanuts down there. Peaches, and, of course, here we are in the Coca-Cola 600, invented there, right there in your hometown of Atlanta, Georgia. Are you a Coke guy, and is it illegal in your house to have Pepsi anywhere near it?
Yes, I don't remember the last time I've had a Pepsi product, maybe other than Mountain Dew. Nah, we call any soda Coke down here for sure.
Attaboy. Well, listen, maybe they're going to go on over there and get that pool hall siren ready to rock and roll for you, as it looks like you're poised to dominate the rest of this field. I mean, you've put so many drivers down laps tonight. I can't wait to see the rest of it. So good luck, my friend, and maybe we'll see you at the end of stage 2.
All right, thanks. I just want to say thanks to all the veterans out there, everyone that served. Let us do stuff like this. Appreciate y'all.
And what a nice little period there on the end of that interview, as of course we are here on Memorial Day. Matt Long going to lead us back to the green flag after a couple of drivers choosing not to come down for reasons I'm not quite sure, but everybody else, guys, all came down on 102 and 103.
Well, Dave, I mean, some of these guys probably figured, that 97 is so good. We got to go full-blown Las Vegas high stakes mode here. We got to do something that he's not doing to try and find a way to curb the performance on that race car, or at least an alternate strategy, if you will. And that's probably what some of these guys are thinking. As you're right. A lot of these bigger names in the series that I thought for certain would come down pit road have stayed out. That's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out on this restart.
Taking a look at the YouTube.com live chat, Amanda Price still cheering on the 44 of Sean Rogers here on lap 104. We had a perfect first stage as Sean Rogers now back into 10th position. He qualified in 8th as the drivers go 2x2 Noah's Ark style. Shane, what are you going to be looking for here in stage 2?
Well, the track's going to be cooling off. The lights are going to be coming on. We're going to see how much grip this track really has in it for this second stage. See who's maybe got a little bit of a better setup as the nighttime wears on. But something tells me that 97 is going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, and, Alan, to your point, I know that there are storms there over the Midwest. I saw the picture that you just sent me. Of course, we want to keep our thoughts and prayers on all of those folks who are out and about. Of course, it looks like Jonathan Leach is just outside of Cape Girardeau. Do you guys know who is from Cape Girardeau?
Do we know who is from Cape Girardeau?
I sure don't.
The great
Not
one.
a clue, and I live there.
The great one, the former president of the Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies, Rush Limbaugh, originally from Cape Girardeau.
Womp, womp, womp. Hey, at least he says it right. A lot of people don't even say it right. But hey, we're getting ready to go back to green. iRacing.com pace car lights are out. Matt Long is going to bring us down. Neil Pearson on his outside. And we are going in the Geico restart zone. Matt Long on the button. We are green flag racing again here at Charlotte for stage number 2.
Stage number 2 now officially underway, and there goes Matty Long trying to check out like Mr. Rogers on the neighborhood. He's going to send it in hard on the bottom. You guys are making me laugh in the background. I'm going to kill all of you.
We're going to talk about Mr. Rogers later on, and by that I do not mean Sean Rogers. We will talk about Sean Rogers, but I had quite an interesting experience last weekend in our nation's capital as I got deep into my feels and was left abandoned in the National Museum of American History.
Oh, dear God. Are we really going to bring this up?
Long story short, I finally, most of you guys know, at least I think Alan and Matt know, my favorite television show of all time was MASH. And my favorite television personality is my neighbor and my friend, Fred Rogers. I'm in the National Museum of American History, and I happened to come across the signpost from the 4077 that was right outside of the swamp that showed everybody which direction their towns were and how far they were. So I was just in wow. Hold on, all of a sudden these guys are shuffling like they're a deck of cards at a poorly run casino. The 58 right now of Neil Pearson leading this charge. They're all but 3 wide behind him as everybody suddenly starts looking for real estate. I didn't even realize that the Property Brothers were here.
Poorly run casino. Wait a minute. When we go to Atlantic City?
Uh-oh. Our perfect race has come to an end as Chris Custer went off track. Anybody want to bet whether or not this comes from the cold tire bug? Whoa!
Oh, that was a 1-2 whack-a-mole situation there. And then he parks it, he runs backwards, and he comes right down in front of a lone car left on the racetrack. Couldn't tell who that was from the blimp view. But that was definitely a don't stain your ride, use Tide moment of the race there. Johnny Wilco, right on cue.
I'm fairly certain that McAdoo, Pennsylvania's very own John Wilco just made a mess all over the inside of the car. Here he is coming through the quad oval. He can see the wreck happening in front of him. He checks up. He slows down. He comes to the inside of the racetrack, and all of a sudden, there goes Custer across his nose.
You can't park there.
You know, Alan Bergen did something like that to me at Talladega once.
No, you did that to me, my friend.
Oh, we'll talk about this.
Hey, I got pictures. I screenshotted it.
I don't want to know
All
what
I gotta
you have
say-
pictures of.
All I gotta say is that was definitely a Pucker Factor Zulu moment right there.
For sure.
Good
100%.
Look, that just popped off like a Mentos in a Coke bottle.
Speaking of which, did you guys see this guy on TikTok with the Mentos and the Coke bottle? He's sitting in what's quite clearly a very nice Ford Mustang, and he holds the Mentos above the Coke bottle. He said, okay, one more follower, and I'll do it, one more follower. And they get all these people in there to follow him, and the son of a gun never does it. It's kind of like, how do you keep an idiot busy, see other side, and then you go to the other side and it says, turn it back. There I am, being an idiot watching this guy.
I fell for that joke
Did
one time.
you unfollow him afterwards?
What's that?
Did you unfollow him after he didn't follow through?
You're darn right I did.
Well, see, you're one of the smart ones, because most people probably didn't.
I don't want to see that while I'm trying to scroll at 6 o'clock in the morning while I'm having my constitutional.
You're constitutional. That sounds like constipational.
They call
it's
it a
actually
union
the
meeting.
antithesis of constipation.
10-4.
Oh, God, tonight.
Are you okay?
I think this broadcast is
I will be.
We're just breaking Shane in here tonight. Lights go out on the pace car. Well,
I don't
I'm
think he
crying over here, so I'm crying so hard my vision is blurry, and it looked like for a moment the lights were out on the pace car. However, they are still on, so my apologies. I apologize,
Look,
Dave Regal.
Everybody needs a hobby, man. But at least watch the same race that we are.
Single
I'm
file
watching
they
the
are
same
behind.
race.
Single file they are behind the iRacing.com pace car. Chris Davis going to be our race leader. He's going to be followed by Rodrigo Loga, Matt Long, Ethan Eckert, Nolan Hodgson, Neil Pearson, Sean Rogers, Bennett Allen, Ryan Fisher, and Ryan Samuelson. So a pair of Ryans holding down the back end of our top 10. Want to welcome everybody into the YouTube.com live chat. Let us know what you're watching tonight, who you're pulling for in this race. And, folks, don't be afraid, because basically this is a no-holds-barred kind of night, 400 laps, and all bets are off, whether you're in Atlantic City at a poorly run casino, perhaps by somebody who's currently under indictment. You never know. I voted for him twice.
Hey, I'll vote for him a third time. And, you know, I'm glad you got to go to D.C. because it's always fun to, you know, look, we get screwed on our taxes every year. So every once in a while, it's good to go to the source.
Well, you know, I like going to D.C. and, you know, using the public restroom and not flushing. It makes me feel like I'm protesting.
Oh, dear God, this is going to be a long night.
I mean,
Remember, you guys came to hang out with me.
Oh, I know this. Like I
imagine-
said,
Can you imagine, out of all the fabulous talent that we have at Sim Racing Media, that I am who they think is the best? It's like it's like winning the ugliest girl competition. Here I am, killing it with open sores.
let's put a little more salt in the wound.
Never rubbed salt in a wound.
Don't do it.
He says from experience.
no, but I've rubbed tequila in my eye once.
Ooh.
Metler,
What? It was a body shot that went wrong. I ended up getting glitter in my eye. It was a long night at the club.
I've been there before. I know that pain. No, I've been in that position in a club before as a DJ. I know that pain.
I don't even want to know. You know what?
It
Maybe
sucks.
we're going to have to solve all of this come Miami in October.
You don't want me to do that. This field racked and stacked here once again here on SRM. Want to thank everyone for following along with us here tonight as we got a decked booth. We have even better drivers stacked on the racetrack. Davis in the 74 versus 03, Livin' La Vida Loca. Who's it going to be on this restart? Toyota on Chevrolet action. That pace car is going to pull off. Let's see if we see a little chess match here as we approach the Geico restart zone. The 74 gets going good. He's going to climb up through the gearbox, and Davis is going to take it to the point here, back into the turns 1 and 2 complex. And just behind that second place car, Alan, that's where the Hornets Nest starts. Here comes Hodson working on the high side.
Well, look, Matt Long is going to get back up there and do Matt Long essentially drive away from the field. But Ethan Eckert, he's no slouch either, as he's going to work to the outside. Dude, do a little side draft there and get by Matt Long.
Hodson doing the blink there, not to cut you off.
Well, I'll tell you Shane, as we work this lap, I don't know if you're watching this, but look at these cars back here, Shane. We are 3 wide.
You got to love 3 wide action at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's going to get interesting from here on out. They got to find battle for position somewhere, and it's getting good.
The 04 of Ryan Fisher is now driving on the outside. He's almost pulling himself right up along the 58 and side drafts his way past. This seems to be the only way that some of these drivers are getting around here. Nolan Hodgson out of Lamar's, Iowa, with a little bit of a connection issue. Not sure if that's related to the storms going on in the midsection of the country right now.
It is.
But my goodness, poor Nolan. And, I say poor Nolan, but, for these cars that are around him, that is the most nerve-wracking thing in all of sim racing.
Yeah,
it's almost scary.
Go ahead, Alan.
It's almost scary that happened. It's like Dave said, and like you're about to say too, Matt. It's almost nerve-wracking because you don't really know.
Or, the worst thing that can happen, you can literally wind up in the lap of the other cockpit of the race car and bad things happen. That's typically when someone goes space shuttle status, and with no fast repairs in this race tonight, that'll put you on the hauler. And that's why you can see everyone doing the mad scatter around the 12 right now, because they don't want to be the one, Dave.
Ryan Fisher, now your race leader. He's got Anthony Savignano and Chris Davis in hot pursuit behind him, as once again we see the 12 car having to back out, as now Nolan Hodgson pulls to the inside. He's going to safely get himself down onto the apron and out of the line of fire. That is called being a good sportsman. I know that it's frustrating when you're 119 laps through this piece, but unfortunately for him, it's just the safest way to go. And as we step aside here to recognize more of our veterans, we want to thank everybody for tuning in here on Sim Racing Media. As we've been having a lot of fun tonight here on the broadcast, we also want to remember why we're here and who we need to thank for that. So thank you everyone for tuning in as we hear about Brockton Packard. The father of Brockton Packard, Mr. Sean Packard, he is a Sergeant First Class, and Sean was an aircraft mechanic in the Navy, serving on many Navy aircraft carriers, and is currently serving in the Army. He's also a big fan of Jeeps and racing. We see him here on the left side of your screen. We thank you, Mr. Packard, as once again we have absolutely taken for granted some of the things that you folks have gone over and fought for and kept us safe for. Next up on our list tonight is Mr. Charles Mackin, Matt Mackin's father. He has served in the United States Army, and Charles served in an Army infantry unit after being drafted for the Vietnam War. And he served from 1969 to 1971 and was discharged in 1973. So we thank him for that, as we are going to take a step back to our race now, as it looks like we are under caution, fellas, as we will absolutely have to tune back to Mr. Mackin. And, it's incredible when we get to see some of these drivers and the parents that brought them forward, and you know, basically these drivers are on loan to us from their parents. As we take a look and see what happened with Ryan Samuelson, he takes contact from Seba Cornez behind him. Oh God. Ryan Samuelson is probably madder than a Keebler elf getting demoted to Fudge Packer. Samuelson going to have to get himself back around to pit road, maybe check out some of that damage as he runs up here. You can see that that black and yellow paint scheme here right on that left front fender. Of course, we know that Samuelson is from Westminster, Maryland, so a little tip of the cap there as he's got Old Bay on the whoa, what a checkup in front of him. And, of course, the Maryland State flag colors in black and yellow there on the left front fender. And I've told Ryan a dozen times now this season, it says that he's my sister's favorite driver, and my sister doesn't even like dudes.
Oh, goodness.
Ryan Fisher being taken out here to the point. He's going to be followed by Mitchell Smith, Anthony Savignano. A lot of drivers deciding that they're going to come down pit road. Bobby Anderson, Chris Davis, Neil Pearson, Bennett Allen, Michael Caffrey, Ryan Samuelson, of course, Paul Hill, and Mark Johnson. They've all come down for pit service. So an interesting little meaty section of our lineup here tonight. Shane, what does that tell you when the middle of the pack wants to come in for pit service?
I think he ran away.
No, actually, I had my mouth full of hamburger. What's going on?
Well, they essentially go qualifying for about 10 or so laps until the tires wear off, and then, well, the rest is history. So if you're 11th and first place car, that's bad news for you because the 12th through 20th are coming.
Well, this could also be a time when we see cautions breeding cautions because you have all these drivers with those fresh tires, and everyone is going to be stacked on top of each other. So I want to see if these veterans can do this the right way, or if everyone just goes pile driving in there and there's not enough space to fit some of these cars. We've already seen 3 wide work a couple times, Shane, but eventually that luck is going to run out. As Shane is still eating his hamburger, as we're now working lap 124.
Hey, it's Memorial Weekend. Late night barbecues. What do you expect?
Hey, I'm just jealous because I don't have one. That's it. I'm just being honest with you, man. That's right, Captain Kegel.
I mean, that's what he's telling me.
Boy, you know the best part is I'm the one here with a cough switch. Nobody else can hear what I say sometimes.
Bet you didn't hear that, did you?
No, I did not. Maybe you could turn the volume up. Ryan Fisher going to lead us back to green this time as he follows the iRacing.com pace car. Looks like Ethan Eckert here in the AutoZone number 11 Ford Mustang. He has worked his way up 7 positions now. The young man doing what Ethan Eckert has been training to do all year long from the city of the big shoulders, Chicago. Perhaps he's a fan of the Bears and a certain head coach. Maybe his name is Mike Ditka.
And the double doink.
You know,
I had to go there.
I mean, I'm not even an Eagles fan, and that one still makes me chuckle.
They actually did a really good enactment of that with Brett Favre. It's somewhere on YouTube. It's actually pretty funny if you guys get a chance. Watch it.
Do you know what's really sad?
Over,
and the 4 of us here in the broadcast booth are old enough to remember the guys from Saturday Night Live. You know, Ditka, right? Ethan Eckert is so young, he probably doesn't even know that was a thing once upon a time.
Well, with the beauty of YouTube and social media, he can find out about it in a matter of seconds, where back in our day, if we didn't see it, we had to hope and pray for a rerun.
I am so old that I have to watch Saturday Night Live on Sunday afternoon.
That's not a bad thing.
You're a smart one.
Or, you know what, I've been watching that late night with Taylor Tomlinson. Or At Night, whatever the heck they call it. It's a new late night show that starts at like midnight or some kind of
I didn't even
crazy
know
stuff.
they had one. That's how sad my life has become.
As Ryan Fisher brings us out of turn number 4, he's got Mitchell Smith on the high side. We hit the Geico restart zone. Fisher drops the hammer, and we're back underway, Matt.
Fisher drops the hammer, as Dave Regal said, and here we go back up through the gearbox here as these glorious V8s come roaring back to life around this 1.5-mile tri-oval. Wasted no time. There is the 03 Aloga taking it to the high side of the racetrack. The Buenos Aires native has something in his back sleeve for these boys, as he is now trying to hone in on the back of the 11 machine. And just as I say that, he takes it back outside, as he's trying really to play a draft here, Alan, but these cars shuffling in front of him and just changing lanes is really trying to mess up his mojo right now. He's going to get back in line here momentarily, but Loga seems to have that dial set to kill.
Dial is set to kill, engage, and these guys are all out of sorts all the time, as the number 47 car of Mitchell Smith and that beautiful LA Dodgers paint scheme is working his way around Ethan Eckert in that auto zone. Number 11 Ford, Dave.
I think you need to refresh your paints, because I don't see the LA Dodgers. I see the United States Marine Corps there on the back of the 47 of Mitchell Smith. As we work our way down the back chute, Ryan Fisher with control of the field. They're shuffling behind him, trying to get their way down through here into turn 3. These drivers not ready to go to bed early tonight, that's for sure. As Tanner Marty works the low side underneath Paul Hill. He's got the RC Cola machine of Mark Johnston just behind him. You know, I've tried RC Cola, and I just can't get on board with it.
It's an acquired taste, Dave. Some people they swear by RC Cola. Others, Coca-Cola. And then the few and the proud choose Pepsi.
You know, it's not that I'm against Pepsi. It's just really, it doesn't do a good thing for me. You know, you realize that Pepsi originally was they tried to market it as a stomach calmer. That it was kind of like a peptide kind of thing for your stomach if you had indigestion. I get indigestion just thinking about it. Like if somebody, watch the 11 here. If somebody, if I go to a restaurant and I said, can I have Coke? And they're like, is Pepsi okay? Well, no. If I asked for shoes, is a hat okay? No.
Well, I'll tell you what, someone's might need a little more than a hat and a pair of shoes. That's going to be the 47 there is Smith, as he got boxed in the Bears cage, as he was pinched literally on top of 2 cars. There's Sean Rogers working the bottom side of the racetrack. He's going to give the 47 some breathing room, but watch as the 44 comes up off the racetrack, having great situational awareness from Sean Rogers as they're 3 wide just in front of him.
3 wide, and the 11 makes contact with the 78. All of a sudden, everybody kind of flickers for a moment as bad things were brewing.
Oh,
wow,
my.
Swinging it to the high side is Savignano in the 90. He manages to get himself out there to safety. His contact here between Kavaja Holt and the 58. Now the 58 gets shuffled back. Now Neil Pearson rubs the wall as he's going to be passed en masse by Keith Long, and now it's going to be Bennett Allen who looks to put him down. Nolan Hodgson here in the number 12 Brant Ford Mustang from Lamar's, Iowa. He's going to be chasing down. Keith Long as they go 10th and 11th. Nolan Hodgson wants that bonus point there at the end of the stage. A lot of stage points are on the table tonight because we have 4 stages, unlike the usual 3. So to see something, with a race like this, there's a lot more opportunity for some of these drivers to make big jumps here in our point standings.
Yeah, and as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Dave, This points battle is tight, and having those extra bonus points on the line tonight could make or break whether you go up in the standings or you go the other way when all is said and done. But Matty Long continues to have that 97 right where he wants it, and that's carrying the torch around this racetrack. But how about Ethan Eckert? You mentioned him earlier at the top of the show. You had a little bit of a conversation with him pre-race, and it looks like he's applying your teachings, oh great one.
You know, every now and then I almost look like I know what I'm talking about up here in the broadcast booth. I know, you know, Shane, we've sat and we've watched a couple of races together, and sometimes you're on the money, and other times it's like you weren't even in the right building.
Yeah, it just depends on the driver and depends on the advice you give them. And believe me, there have been times I've scratched my head when it comes to these guys about things, especially when it comes to fuel mileage. But you know what? That's just part of the fun. We think we know what we're doing. Some of us are actually drivers who've done this. And yet again, we get surprised by strategy. So there's just a lot of times I'm starting to learn to kind of sit back and just enjoy the show.
You know, speaking of Ethan Eckert and the conversation that I had with him in the pre-race, you know, I was talking to him off air, of course, and, you know, he asked me a question, and perhaps you guys can help. He wanted to know if the things that I say on the air are things that I've rehearsed or where they come from. He has no idea that I think at 180 miles per hour.
Yeah, a lot of this is fly-by-wire, hashtag unscripted. It just happens.
I remember a retired band director that came back to school as a substitute teacher after he had retired, and he used to tell people, oh, you know, somebody that talked too much, perhaps it was me, that we were infected with verbal diarrhea. And all of a sudden, all of those teachers in school that said that, Mr. Eagle talks too much, so on and so forth. Joke's on you. Now I get paid to talk about the things that pop through my head.
Oh, man. Dave, I guess you were a band geek in high school.
Speaking of band geeks, I lived out a dream today.
What did you do with the trumpet?
No, trombone. So here's the thing.
Trombone?
Here's the thing. I said trombone, not cajon. It's different. But anyway.
Oh, okay.
So today I was working with 105.5 WMGH FM up there in Lansford, Pennsylvania, and we were doing a remote broadcast to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Polka Joe. 50 years of polkas on the radio for Joe Manjack. And, I mean, look, I love me a good polka. I've got a couple of favorite polkas and in fact, a favorite polka artist. And we had two bands scheduled for today. The one was supposed to be on from 1 to 3, and the other was supposed to, come on at 4, and they're supposed to play from 4 to 7. Well, the second band's bus broke down in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And it just so happened to be my favorite polka artist. Well, we're standing around, and it's like, hey, listen, I had to get back here because I had to be ready for Sunday Night NASCAR. And I said, say the word now. We'll get this done. We'll figure it out. Well, we finally got a chance to figure it out. Myself and one of the fire chiefs from, of course, of all places, the hometown of John Wilco, driver the number 62 here in the SNN Cup Series. Fire chief, we threw together real quick, hey, listen, he went and grabbed a command vehicle and a Suburban. I went up in the old pickup truck there and took off for Scranton. And I thought to myself, all I wanted to do was meet this particular band leader. Well, it turns out he wound up riding shotgun with me back to Barnesville, Pennsylvania. Nice little hour-long ride. And I almost felt like Wayne and Garth when they met Alice Cooper. And so, once we got all the equipment transferred into the Suburban, the command vehicle, and the pickup truck, and, okay, who's riding where? This guy rides shotgun with me back for the hour ride to Schuylkill County, Pennsylvania. And let me tell you, what an incredible guy is Jimmy Sturr, 18-time Grammy Award-winning polka band leader. And just a cool dude. I mean, look, he's 83 or so. I mean, definitely has seen a lot more of life than I probably will, given my diet. But it was like living a dream. The irony to all of this is that the polka band broke down in Scranton, Pennsylvania. In the movie Home Alone, where did Mrs. McAllister meet the Kenosha Kickers, who eventually drove her back to Chicago? Scranton. So I kind of felt like maybe somebody should get out the old clarinet and maybe play the clarinet polka on the way back there to Barnesville. But just a really cool, surreal feeling. Got to sit alongside of somebody who I've admired as an artist over the last, several years that I've appreciated polka music. But of all the places and of all the things, it had to be McAdoo, Pennsylvania, to bail out Jimmy Sturr and his orchestra.
Did you guys sing some polkas on the way back?
God, I wanted to. You have no idea. If we could have gotten the hot dog polka rolling, or the too fat polka, that's my favorite. One of my favorites.
Well, how does it go? I don't know it.
Don't.
I knew you would. That's why I love you, Dave.
See, I'm tiptoeing right toward that line where YouTube's going to try to hit us with the copyright if I sing that thing.
Because you just do it that good.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
he does. Hey, I will say this: the low brass does rule. By the way.
Well, you
say that, but in my conversation with Jimmy Sturr, my best friend is a saxophone player. Of course, saxophones are more like saxophones. They're the attractive piece of instrument, right?
Sure.
And we were talking about the fact that I played the trombone and that my best friend played the sax. And Jimmy, swinging down low as Rodrigo Loga as he gets out of line, hops right back up in here alongside Nolan Hodgson. But you could tell that Jimmy is definitely more of a high brass or woodwind kind of fella. That you and I are just the fat guys that bring up the rear of the band.
Hey, someone's got to carry the bass.
Look, I thought that I had an in with Jimmy because I at least played an instrument, but it turns out he's more of a saxophone guy. We did get to discuss Boots Randolph.
Dave, not to cut you off, you mentioned the saxophone, but can you play the saxoboom?
No, I cannot.
Do you know of the saxoboom?
I feel like I should.
Jack Black can play the saxoboom like no one else. I could see you definitely getting down on the saxoboom. Research it after the race. And I want to come back here next Sunday, and I want you to give a performance of epic proportion before we kick next week off. Just like Matty Long is out there giving us one heck of a show here tonight as he continued to leads over Bennett Allen. The modern Pearson, Neil Pearson in that third place position, Chris Davis who slots into fourth, and Sean Rogers. That's the top five as we are now halfway through stage 2. Alan, when do we start seeing some of these pit stops?
Alan just hopped on back in, but, I think we're going to start seeing some of these pit stops in the very near future. 102 laps was the last time that Matt Long came down. Let's look here at the pit strategy in the middle of your screen. He's got 48 laps on the 97. Then we've got 28 laps on Alan Pearson and Davis's tires, 48 on Rogers and Fisher running in 5th and 6th, all the way down through Savignano. Right now, Nolan Hodgson with 95 laps on the 12 machine. That has to be some kind of a scoring mistake.
It's got to be.
That does say, oh my.
Actually, the more that I'm looking at it, Pearson, Savignano, and Holt all went down with 102 laps before making their first pit stop.
How is that possible?
Very carefully.
There's no way I can have the type of pace that these guys are putting up with trying to throw that many laps on a set of tires.
But there's a reason that I came up here to the broadcast booth, and this is why.
This is true. Remember the goose from earlier today?
Yeah, I do. That was fantastic. My driving skills lack a little bit of luster, if you will.
Oh, I don't know why, Dave, but the minute I saw that, I instantly thought of you.
Because that goose was like, I got it. Bam! I don't got it.
Alan, we'll have to show you after the race.
I did watch it.
Oh, you did? You saw it, so you know what we're talking about.
Yes. But I will tell you this. Dave Regal has some bad road rage.
So I
wouldn't say bad.
I hopped in on a Discord call on my way to go rescue Jimmy Sturr and his orchestra. And I'm cruising along at 75, minding mine, leaving everybody else's alone, no problem. And all of a sudden, a little Ford Escape suddenly is doing 55 in front of me.
Oh, no.
And the words that I used, and I love me some Jesus, I do, but you wouldn't have been able to tell if you would have heard my verbiage right there.
So you were chilling, minding your business. A Ford Escape appeared, and you couldn't believe this.
Yes, that was exactly what I said, too. I said, my goodness. I thought, my stars, this person's just not staying with the pace.
You see what I did there? Caution on the racetrack.
Uh-oh.
See, friends help friends. Don't say bad things on public broadcasts.
Let's see what happens here with Ryan Fisher as he just registered as having crashed. As we look over top at the 04, he makes contact with Sean Rogers in the 44.
Oh, wow.
Rogers cleans him out and sends him to the retaining wall on the outside as he noses into the safer barrier, gives a little wave here to the fans at Charlotte Motor Speedway as we are under our fourth caution of the night, third for cause here. And to be completely honest, guys, that's still a really good average for 157 laps in the books.
That's a very good average, and I am impressed that no one caught a piece of that race car as it was perpendicular up against the fence. Some of those guys came awful close, but there was not a second wave of incident there. But nonetheless, caution out, lap 157. That lap strategy we're talking about probably out the window as everyone is going to be coming down for service on their race cars.
And while they come on down for service, we're going to step aside and pay some bills here on SRM Racing Media. We want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth as we bring you Stacy Strong Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series action live on SRM. We'll be right back after these messages.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Preen Garden Weed Preventer and Preen Garden Weed Preventer Plus Plant Food block weeds before they start and are safe for use around over 400 flowers, vegetables, trees, and shrubs. Best of all, they give you 3 months of freedom from weeding in just 4 easy steps. You can apply Preen anytime before or during the growing season. But since it's a weed preventer, not a weed killer, early spring is best. Here's how. Start by removing existing weeds and their roots in the area where you want to apply Preen. Sprinkle granules directly onto dry soil, mulch, or stone so that they're evenly spaced. Within 24 hours of applying, integrate the granules into the top layer of soil or mulch or stone-covered bed. Finally, water with a hose or sprinkler or a well-timed soaking rain to activate the protective weed barrier. When activated, Preen creates an invisible weed-fighting barrier just below the soil surface that targets and prevents weed seeds from sprouting and forming roots. People and pets may enter the treated area once dusts have settled and the area is thoroughly dry from watering or first rain. That's it. Now you'll have a beautiful weed-free space and 3 months to do anything but weeding. Satisfaction guaranteed. Trusted for over 50 years, Preen is America's #1 weed preventer brand with weed preventers for every type of garden.
Musket can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on. Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it. They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Trish on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Apromitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
So hi, my name's Christy. I am a wife, a mother of 3 children. I am a sister and an aunt of lots of nieces and nephews, and I'm also a substitute teacher. So my everyday life changed by going to appointments, a lot of appointments, a lot of scans. As like during the treatment, my body just got weaker, so I wasn't as active with my children and with my husband. So I was laying on the couch a lot more. I'm an active person, and so that just didn't fit well with me, but that's how it changed. My body was just weaker, and I couldn't do the things that I used to do. So there was a lady in where I live from a local church who had heard that I had breast cancer, and she sent me a letter just reaching out for support, and she actually said that she's the one that told me about Trisha's Hope and that I should contact them, so I did. So specifically, I wasn't able to really work during my treatment or anything like that, so the grant that I was able to get helped me pay my bills, provide gas money. I was driving to and from treatments, and so it helped a lot with bills and everything. I would just say I am so grateful for Trisha's Hope and for all the people that have donated, because I don't know what I would have done without them.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic, real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over 400 $1,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Tony Trapazzo booth, it's the Quartet of Craziness. Shane Lake, Matt Medler, Alan Bergen, and Dave Regal coming at you live. We are back. Green, you saw the restart live, and why am I not surprised everyone's starting to get a little stretched out already?
Stretched out is definitely an understatement here, as Anthony Savignano, in what, in my opinion, is the car that screams America, leads Sean Rogers from Kalamazoo, Michigan, with Amanda Price cheering him on from the youtube.com live chat stands as we work lap number 168. Listen, Matt, this is one of those times in a race where we start to see whether or not the men are men or the goats are scared.
Well, the men are men, I can assure you of that. Just look at this close quarters racing going on right now. Anthony Savignano is going to slot in. He just made a hole where I didn't think he could fit that Toyota, but he is trying to go places. But he has Sean Rogers in that ZL1 Camaro, who he is stalking the heck out of right now. He's going to take it up the hill, but Rogers staying committed to the bottom. Look at the block, just as I say that, and 90's trying... I'm sorry, I said the 90s trying the crossover maneuver here, and he's going to get the spot. Let's see if Rogers fights back on the outside, and he does. He keeps his foot in the gas, pulls back ahead. These two are duking it out like it's 5 laps to go, Alan.
Yeah, Rogers and Savignano is doing it John Ford style right now as they work their way through the turns 1-2 complex and headed down the back straightaway, but gives advantage to Sean Rogers there in that number 44 car.
Sean Rogers now shuffles Savignano back here. Ah,
The
crap.
most realistic.
That was almost bad. As now Sean Rogers retains the race lead. Now I got to get things resettled here on the old stream deck. As side by side goes Paul Hill with Savignano, as they are still not done trying to sort out who is it going to be running P2 behind Sean Rogers. And, you know, after what we saw from Matt Long earlier, he's buried back here right now in third position. You wouldn't think that that seems like it's that far back, but with the competition around him, Sean, this is one of those tough times in a race where you've got to figure out where to put the car.
Yeah, and right now his best bet's just kind of let things ride, because we know how strong that 97 Dark Horse Mustang is. It'd be wise not to tear it up trying to see who's going to settle out in front of them. Just kind of log in the laps, kind of take it easy a little bit, save the equipment, and then when he finds the opportunity to strike, Cobra style, get to him quick.
Yeah, Sean Rogers with control of the field now, just a little bit more than a tenth of a second over Matt Long, who now has to deal with Chris Davis. It seems like Matt Long can't work on just one car alone. It's almost like he's continually under assault from the low side, the high side. No matter where Matt Long goes, he's got somebody there to try to fight it out with. As nearly touching they are behind him in line, now Matt Long looking to the inside of Sean Rogers for an open door, Alan.
Yeah, Sean Rogers looking for an open door. Here comes Matt Long looking to the outside. He's looking, but here comes Savignano in that car that makes me want to go buy Bass Fishing Rods and Bass Fishing Equipment, and that number 90 car screams America. Holy cow, that's a lot of breath there. But Matt Long looking to the inside, battling. Does he have enough to get by Sean Rogers? And he will get the lead pretty handedly there. And that number 97 car, Matt.
Yeah, he's going to get the lead there, and he rightfully does, as he has been the class of the field through 175 laps of competition. No surprise that he is able just to literally grab a gear and motor on by. How about Sean Rogers, though? He has been a contender here tonight. Not that he's not, but he has made that next step. Usually we see him, you know, top 5, top 10, but he is now in the catbird seat running just behind the 97 of Matt Long. What a job by Sean Rogers here tonight. We know his fan nation inside the YouTube chat is probably having one heck of a party for him in that 44. What if he could break through tonight, Dave Regal? Could you imagine if Sean Rogers can get a win here in the 600? That would be absolutely epic when all is said and done.
Yeah, without a doubt. The hard thing is the fact that, no matter what happens at the end of this race, whoever, comes out on top of that podium, it's still the same amount of points, for getting the win. It almost, yes, you've got to muscle your way through this. And, of course, it opens the door for bragging rights as we see Ben and Allen here just underneath Neil Pearson as Allen now swings to the outside. But, it's still the same number of points. So to some degree, no matter how hard you fight, you still wind up, on the short end of the stick when it comes to points, whether you win or, finish third, so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, you want to get yourself a 600 win because it's always better to celebrate a crown jewel win because, as you said, there's bragging rights. The endurance race of the NASCAR season, you end up taking it down. Talk about going Ironman style.
Speaking of the fact that this is a crown jewel event in the NASCAR circuit, what do you guys think, starting with Metler, what would you guys say are the top 3 crown jewels in NASCAR to win? I know Alan and I have had this discussion before, so Matt, what about you?
Top 3 crown jewels, well, you're looking at one of them right here, the 600, Daytona 500, and the Brickyard.
Whoa!
Not that road course crap. The Brickyard. That's the top 3 in my opinion.
Yeah, you know what? I have to agree with you, of course, about here in Daytona. Me personally, I would say that one of the Bristol races, preferably a Bristol night race, would be my third. Just because if you're going to win and you're going to notch that win on your belt or on your bedpost, I feel like, a good old classic southeastern United States track is where you want to pick up that W. What about you, Alan?
Well, definitely Daytona and Charlotte, but I'm going to go with the Southern 500 and I'm with you, the Bristol night race would have to be on that list of crown jewels. Darlington.
Honestly, I grew up watching NASCAR in the 90s. It always was Daytona. It was always Charlotte. It was always Darlington, and we had the Brickyard starting in '94. But I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball in there, and I'm also going to say Talladega, the fall race, because it's later in the year. The track's a little more worn out. There's a lot less grip. You master Talladega in the fall, you've done something special on your way to a championship.
You know what? You guys all know that I love me some super speedway action. My heart does a little bit of a flutter every time we land in Daytona or down there in Talladega, down in Lincoln, Alabama. Some of these, Andrew Deemer just went off track. Let's take a look and see what happened. But, for me, especially Talladega as we go under caution now, here's Andrew Deemer running all by his lonesome. He almost kisses the wall, brings it back under control. He's got it. You got it, Mikey. We stayed running forward there. And then he has the same issue again. Let's see about this time around. I don't see what brought the caution out. Looks like Seba Cornez might have been at the center of this one. As Deemer comes down pit. Wow, Seba. This is interesting. Let's see what happened with Seba Cornez because he's missing the entire front nose clip there, the 59. Here comes Seba rolling out of turn 4. Gets, whoa!
Oh, he goes full-blown helicopter mode.
I'll say, did you heard the engine pop while he drove past? He's just going to have to limp it on down pit road. My God.
That Goodyear was just wrapped under that race car. That was one heck of an impact for Cornez.
Here we're going to watch it again from Cornez's perspective on the nose. As we ride through, here he comes getting loose and just turns himself. My God.
Oh, my. That is concrete poisoning of epic proportion.
The worst part is, you know, as he got hung out to dry there, he has no choice but to come down into what's usually the Charlotte Roval bus stop to bring it to a peaceful rest for the time being.
But at least he had that at his disposal.
Now, Bennett Allen last came down on lap 157. Mark Johnson on 159. Bobby Anderson and Rich Jett on 157 and 158, respectively. But here we are on lap 184. Fourth caution for cause tonight, fifth overall, with 15 laps left in stage two. Here's the question that I want to pose to you, gentlemen, and I use that term so loosely I shouldn't have even said it. But
hey!
Call a spade a spade. You know, the thing
I
is,
beg your pardon, sir.
I'm just saying that, you know, you come down 157, okay, you're definitely going to come down pit road. But if you came down here on 184, do you use this set of tires to get yourself better track position for the end of stage 2 and then rack them, stack them, and do it all over again for stage 3 and come down and burn an extra set of tires?
If it was me, I'd stay out right now. I wouldn't want to deviate too far from the plan. I may consider that idea towards the end of stage 3, start at stage 4 to try to do something different late race to pick up possibly the win. But right now, no, I'd be staying out.
I agree 100% with Shane. We've seen how important track position is here tonight. I'm not going to roll the dice just yet. I'm staying out here, Dave.
Yeah, Matt Long and Sean Rogers, they're both running in 3 and 4 right now. They just came down and got fresh tires. You know, the one driver that I can almost, I would almost, never mind, he's coming off a pit road now. Alexander Gangler, he is an absolute daredevil, and I have watched Alexander stay out on 30-lap old tires and still manage to hold half the field back behind him.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong.
I mean, I could be. We're going to see once that green flag flies again. The iRacing.com pace car leading us through turns 3 and 4, single file, nice and organized. Bennett Allen leads the way. He's followed by Mark Johnston, Sean Rogers, Matt Long, Chris Davis, Neil Pearson, Paul Hill, Nolan Hodgson, Anthony Savignano, and Rodrigo Loga, your top 10. As we are here under the 5th caution, Dave Regal, Matt Metler, Alan Bergen, and Shane Lake with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. We want to thank you for everybody tuning in tonight, welcoming us into your homes, onto your phones, wherever you may be and however you may be listening. We just thank you for hanging out with us. We know that it's a long night. It's a late night. Thank God for the day off of work tomorrow, that's for sure. As things seem to have cooled down in the YouTube.com live chat, as we've got ourselves a little foursome up here. It's just the side of my harem at Sim Racing Media. I got to be honest, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside, knowing that you guys wanted to hang out tonight.
Oh, I knew I should have asked for a beer before coming back up with that potato salad.
Well, usually Shane is the life of the party in the YouTube.com live chat, but he's up here, so that's why the chat's cooled off.
Yeah.
He's up the ante.
Yeah.
He brought it to the next level.
Exactly.
Everybody needs a hobby. 13 to go when we go back green flag racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Stacy Strong Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series. Bennett Allen with control of the field. He's going to opt for the high side this time. As we come through the 3-4 complex, the iRacing.com pace car leads the way and shows us how we're going to get back to that all-important green flag. As we ride along just above the racetrack, the iRacing.com pace car leads us out of turn number 4. Bennett Allen with control of the field. He comes out of 4 and onto the flat of the quad oval. And Bennett hits the Geico restart zone, lets the dogs loose, and here we go on lap 188. 12 to go in stage 2.
12 to go in stage 2. It's a Saturday night showdown, old track or home track style in your backyard. Look at the 97 of Matty Log, wasted no time as he is swarming. Bennett Allen, he's going to turn it to the inside, and he's got it switched to full-blown afterburner as that 97 makes quick work of Bennett Allen, the Chattanooga, Tennessee native, who's probably been sucking on some smooth whiskey here tonight, having a great run there in P2, Allen.
Chattanooga's own Bennett Allen running P2, Neil Pearson in P3. We're on board with Bennett Allen, and the sun's going down and the action's heating up. Boy, I tell you what, Matt Long on that restart was shot out of a cannon, Dave.
That he was as we work lap 189. And, you know, Shane, I don't know if you've been brought into this one, but, of course, as we wonder if... Uh-oh. Man down.
We seem to have ourselves a carfuffle.
Well, this one seems to have involved Alexander Gangler. Shane, are you familiar with the chicken cock? Whiskey.
I have heard enough of the doggone stories to deal with the chicken cock.
Okay. So it is. Even the way it's packaged and displayed is magnificent.
As Alexander Gangler hauls it out of turn 4, we're going to keep a close eye on him. Oh.
Hello.
That's Rodrigo Loga, all kinds of sideways. Let's take a peek and see what might have happened from his perspective. Here he is. Now we're going to watch him right here behind Nolan Hodgson out of Lamar's, Iowa. Hodgson goes low. Loga rubs the wall and bang into Chris Davis just off of Savignano's nose, and then pirouettes helplessly, down the front stretch before having that front nose clip ripped off at the 78, being timed as the 03.
Loga literally took it from both ends there.
I didn't even know he hit both sides.
Oh, he did. Something wrong.
You know who Yamin is, right?
Yes, I do.
Yamin makes the egg rolls down
Alan,
the Hunan
I'm being
Walk.
serious. He got his front face ripped off. He got the business end taken off his race car.
Just go ahead and say it. He took a race car to the face.
That's Tony's deal.
That's all taking a race car straight to the grill.
Yep.
Tony sits here with me in the broadcast booth every night, and you know what? Just not that I want to get emotional or anything, but there's a guy who left such a big hole in our hearts here when he left us last year in September that you know, not a day goes by that I don't think of him. But the people who we have seen come into the pipeline since Tony's passing, such as Shane and Alan, you know, stepping up here at Sim Racing Media, just makes me realize that, you know, we are all the torch carriers, that we are always carrying on the tradition here of Sim Racing Media of having good broadcasts, whether we get out of control or not. You know, sometimes I can hear Tony in my head just giving me the old, all right then, as he tries desperately to shift gears and get back onto task.
Yeah, that was his emergency e-brake, and let's just pick up right here. Let's go.
Breaking news for you guys. I can buy chicken cock whiskey here in St. Louis.
Good, that'll rinse out the dirty taste of Anheuser-Busch from your mouth.
Oh, I am working on my 12 PBR right now.
Attaboy, Luther.
Oh, there is a joke I want to make right now, but I'm not sure if I can make it.
Go for it. Let's hear it.
Alan, that's going to be a good way to get all cocked up, dude.
Oh my God, if you drink chicken cock whiskey. And to be fair, that's not a dirty joke, because that's how they would have said it if this was BBC One.
That's right.
I do love watching the BBC. Can I just say that watching British Parliament is more entertaining than watching C-SPAN when it's House debates? British Parliament is like Congress with a 2-drink minimum.
I thought it was a 3.
I don't care.
Well, what I need to do is I need to send you guys a bottle of Mallart's.
It sounds like something that you get after going to Chipotle.
Have you ever seen the Mallarts commercial?
No, because I live in civilization.
So Mallarts is a Chicago thing, right?
Why am I not surprised?
So the whole time, the whole time he's sitting there, the guy's drinking Mallarts. He's saying, like, he takes a shot and says, "Mallarts, it's like an abortion in Iceland."
Oh my God!
He says that on television?
It's a YouTube ad. I'll link it to you.
You know what? Don't link it to me. I don't need that in my algorithm.
I think on that note, we got to get back to the race because the pace car lights are out.
Yep.
Hey, look.
Pace car lights are out as we come down the back chute. Matt Long, Neil Pearson, Bennett Allen, Sean Rogers, Nolan Hodgson, Chris Davis, Ethan Eckert, Paul Hill, Mitchell Smith, and Tanner Marty, your top 10. Tanner Marty driving the number 29. He's holding on back here in what is technically the fifth row alongside of Kavaja Holt in the 00. We already see Rodrigo Loga back out on the track minus the front nose clip as he suddenly decided he wants to try to turn this into a modified race. That's more of your speed, isn't it, Alan?
Dirt modified, but yeah, it's close enough.
I'm sure there's dirt on his tires.
Mean mud.
As the iRacing.com pace car makes the hard left turn down pit road, Matt Long waits with his foot expectantly over top of the throttle, drops the hammer, and here we go, lap 194. 5 to go this time by at the line in stage 2.
5 by at the line in stage 2, as Dave Regal just mentioned, and Matty Long is doing it and doing it well here tonight in Charlotte. But Pearson, he is hanging with him on this restart. He didn't get away like we've seen the past couple times. And Pearson, he spent a lot of time racing against Matt Long, especially over the course of this past week. So if anyone has the right elixir to hang with Matty Long, it is the 58. He is just a couple tenths, now about a half a car length off the back of that dark horse. We go on board looking out the front. Let's see if we do a little shake and bake action here as we come into the 3 and 4 complex. He's going to stay in line. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. He's peeking on the bottom. Pearson's going to be able to get back onto the throttle. They're going to be side by side, John Force style at the line, Alan.
John Force style as they head off into the turn 1-2 complex. Neil Pearson just sets the fastest lap of the race right there. What's that, 29.44? And we are coming to the end of the stage. Who's going to get the so important stage points?
Shane, I know that we've seen this before. What do you think's about to happen here between Long and Pearson as we haul it out of 4 past pit road's entrance?
I know what I'm hoping I don't see is a big wreck with these two guys. I'd love to see this drag race play out and see who ends up getting those 10 important stage points at the end of this stage, because these two have put on shows in the past that you and I have been a part of, and here's another good one that's about to start brewing.
Matt Long and Neil Pearson in a drag race that even RuPaul couldn't try to judge as they are side by side coming out of turn number 4. They come back toward the start-finish line. 2 to go this time by at the line in stage 2. We're almost at the halfway point here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Coca-Cola 600 2024 edition here in the Stacy Strong Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series. Matt?
That's right, 2024 Stacy Strong Cup Series Sunday Night NASCAR edition. And that is exactly what it is right now, Dave Regal. And Pearson has found the path to the Golden City as he now takes it over P1 from Matty Long as we're on the final lap. Long.
Neil Pearson now controlling the lead here as we come out of turn 2 and down the back chute. Matt Long trying to draft up behind him. He's got that front right quarter panel right there to the left rear of the 58. We pass Kavaja Holt on the low side, but Neil Pearson has found that extra speed here in the top of that race car. Just as we look here, 185 miles per hour at 187 going into turn 1. This kind of a racetrack has the potential to have bad things happen all at once, but Neil Pearson, Matt Long, and Nolan Hodgson have been controlling this field for so long. it just seems like they're comfortable up here as Neil Pearson hauls it out of turn number 4. And as he comes back toward the start-finish line, Neil Pearson going to win the green and white checkered flag. He's going to be followed by Matt Long, Nolan Hodgson, Sean Rogers, Ethan Ecker, Chris Davis, Paul Hill, Mitchell Smith, the faster pastor, Stoney Benfield, and Tanner Marty back here in the 29.
Field going to start to slow down now as we're under our 7th caution on the evening. Alan, we've hit the halfway point of this race. 200 down, well, 201 technically right now, but we're at the 50% mark of this race. What can we expect on the other side of lap 200?
Well, you're going to try to get to lap 300, and then it's go time. That 100 laps is going to be like jet planes in a gymnasium.
So you're saying basically it's going to be 100 more laps of give and take, perhaps some patience, and then it's going to absolutely kick up to full-blown Category 5 out there on the racetrack.
10-4, my friend. It's going to be like Millart's.
It's going to be like Millart's. I'm scared, Shane. How about you?
Let me give you a little bit of actual insight into this. One thing I noticed with the 58, that top group is really starting to come into play. So we're going to see a lot more 2 wide, probably 3 wide racing. But I still see that holding off for at least another 100 laps. I think we'll get through stage 3 relatively calm, and then that button's going to get hit, and all you know what's going to break loose, and we're going to be in for a great show that last 100 laps.
Neil Pearson bringing us down pit road. He's going to lead the parade for pit stops as he's going to all but be pushed now by Matt White. I'm sorry, Matt Long. I don't know where I got Matt White from. I mean, I know where I got him from, but he's going to slide into pit box number 2. Nice and easy once again. Didn't slide the tires as he's down in our waiting room. Second Dirty South driver to win a stage tonight here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As Neil Pearson going to roll off of pit road, we're going to get a chance to talk with him. Hey, Neil, it's Dave, Matt, Alan, and Shane up here in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
I got a copy, guys.
Well, Neil, listen, you wind up picking up the stage win. 2 stage wins now for Dirty South Racing. How are you feeling? Any changes there to the 58?
Tried tightening it up a little bit. I was getting a bit loose on the long runs. Matt's got those long run pace. He's just got that nailed down. So just trying to get better there so I can race him towards the end of the stint.
Halfway through here in the Coca-Cola 600 SNN style, and things seem to be getting a little spicy down there on the racetrack. What can you tell us from your perspective as far as the aggressiveness of the drivers around you?
Happy. I mean, seems to be a lot of unnecessary racing and blocking, and I had one guy who was too wide and decides to try the high line when he's on the bottom of 2 cars. That's just not necessary, but I mean, not on lap 150 or whatever it was, lap 380, go for it, but not then. Is what it is. People want to race how they want to race, and I just got to try to look after my car and get through it and have a go at the end.
All right, my friend. Well, listen, good luck as you go on back up there into the Dirty South Racing channel. Of course, we want to thank you for hanging out with us for a few moments tonight, and of course, putting on a great show. Thanks, man.
Thank you guys for the broadcast. Can't wait to watch it back later.
Oh, it's entertaining, let me tell you.
I bet it is. It's a bit wild in here, so.
As wild as it is down there on the racetrack, at least he understands that we can get wild and crazy up here in the broadcast booth. Did I lose everybody in the Discord channel? I lost Alan. I see Mettler. There's Alan. Seems like connection issues plaguing us tonight in the Tony Trapassa Memorial Broadcast booth. I want to thank everybody for tuning in here. We are now past the halfway point In the 2024 Coca-Cola 600, Anthony Savignano going to be your race leader when we go back green flag racing. Bobby Anderson runs P2. Neil Pearson, who just won Stage 2, is going to be restarting in 3rd. Matt Long restarting in 4th. Sean Rogers in 5th. Ethan Eckert, Paul Hill, Mitchell Smith, Stoney Benfield, the Faster Pastor, and Tanner Marty in the number 29 Chevrolet Camaro going to be restarting in 10th position.
Hey, look. So Anthony Savignano there is going to restart on the outside pole of Bobby Anderson. And, you know, wow, the sun's getting ready to go down. We're getting ready to come back for a restart here with the second half of the race ahead of us. So now the track temperature is going to come down. The air temperature is going to come down. We're going to make a lot more horsepower and a lot more speed. But here's the thing. You still got 200 more miles to go, 200 more or 400 more miles to go, 300 more miles to go. Sorry, we're doing St. Louis math tonight.
Yeah, your math is more like meth.
Oh, goodness gracious. Anyways, Bobby Anderson, Anthony Savignano takes the outside on this restart. iRacing.com pace car getting ready to make that hard left turn to come down pit road. He gets ready to do so. And we are getting ready to go to the Geico restart zone. Bobby Anderson. Anthony Savignano makes it to the restart zone. We are down and away. Ooh, and they bottleneck the inside line.
The inside line gets all kinds of hung up, but now gets a little bit more momentum as it looks like Neil Pearson going to have control of the field as we haul it down into turns 1 and 2. Side by side they go. This race has been interesting from the perspective of the fact that nobody's really gotten long single file runs here. You know, although that's one of the best ways to try to boogie around in the next gen car, we almost have to note the fact that these drivers have done it safely time and time again as we're here on lap 206 coming back from the end of the stage 2 break. We're working our way toward lap number 300 here. And at the conclusion of 300, we'll have another green and white checkered flag awarded to hopefully a third different driver. Already, you know, we've seen Dirty South take the first 2 stages as far as teams go, but 207 laps in the book. Shane, listen, this race is now starting to get into its dog days.
That it is, and the lights are starting to come on, which means track temperature is going to be starting to drop, and these guys are going to be finding a lot more grip in places where they didn't know they had it to begin with. I really see that top line starting to become dominant towards the end of this race.
Yeah, Shane, I couldn't agree with you more. It's something that we touched on the top of the broadcast. This track is really going to go through, its wildest evolution right now. Just as you mentioned, the sun comes down, the lights come on, and that top, which you can utilize to your advantage early, but it comes with a premium. You go up there, you're going to pay with it in that right rear. Whoa, we got big time contact. Oh, we almost saved it.
Oh, no, there goes the 58.
Wow.
Oh, my.
And it's pandemonium in the ring.
Well, someone took a race car to the face.
Something tells me it had something to do with Neil Pearson, and perhaps the true culprit of this wreck may have been the cold tire brigade, as it was just enough to make iRacing throw up a little bit in its mouth. Let's go back here and see what happened.
Man, I am heartbroken right now.
Here's Neil Pearson just ahead of the 75 of... Stoney Benfield just gave him a little kiss, but it was the kiss of death that sent him spinning. And then the 10 of Chris Claude just shoves him down the racetrack.
I would love to go on board here with Pearson as he goes head on with another next gen coming at him. If that is possible with our replay team. And I'm not trying to add insult to injury here, but this is going to be absolutely wild as we go on board now with Pearson. You hear him work the throttle. It goes from bad to worse. There's smack number 1. Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch this.
Oh.
That looked like it hurt.
Can anyone refer me to a good chiropractor?
He is going to need a whole lot of Home Depot after that one.
Neil Pearson just. I agree. And then Chris Claude, his eyeballs got really, really large as he had nowhere to go when he nosed it into the 58 car.
Yeah, well, we've all been there in that position. I mean, Shane, how many times have you been ARCA braked in the ARCA series?
I have lost track, not just how many times I've been ARCA braked in the series, but another friend of mine sitting here next to me has been ARCA braked too many times in the ARCA series.
Well, typically ARCA brake involves you going at a high rate of speed into the back of someone's race car. This was face to face. That's next level, if you ask me, guys.
Yeah,
that's a meeting of the mind sandwich.
I mean, here's the thing. Like I had said, that's not the way that Stoney Benfield generally drives. I think that this has to go under the oops, I can't believe I did that file.
And oops, I cannot believe it's not butter.
Oh, no.
Margarine, one molecule shy of being plastic. But it's low in cholesterol.
And sodium.
You're starting to see these shadows forming on the high side of the racetrack from these cars. That transition that Matt was talking about earlier. Listen, buddy, it's starting to happen now as we get deeper into this race past the halfway point.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I really think this is when we're going to see. Dave, you talked about some of the guys that have been hanging out back, making their way towards the front. But let's see who has the best notes and the best game plan for when these lights are at their peak, shining bright over this quad oval. And that's going to be about 100 laps to go. So we're getting there. Obviously, the more yellow flag time we had, it's going to delay that process to get there as we re-rack them, restack them here one more time. Salvignano in the 90, he is going to have the button, but he's going to have Master Long and Strong on the high side. Matty Long in the do, in that two, I almost said in the two, starting P2. Then you're going to have Eckert, Smith, Anderson. Welcome to the top 5, Mr. Anderson. We've missed you up here. Benfield, Allen, Hill, Hodgson, and Rogers. That's going to be the top 10 on the restart. Two by two, they run. We're reshuffled. Clean off the tires one more time. Waiting on that pace car. As we're at a snail's pace, literally. But we're going to get back up to 190 miles an hour as we approach the Geico restart zone. When does Salvignano pull the trigger? There he goes. And here we go. Green flag back in the air once again. Great restart there by the 90. He's going to easily keep the lead. Log single file. The top 3 make it single file, and there's the Hornet's Nest. That's starting to build all around Benfield and Allen, Dave.
Yeah, Stony Benfield here now running P5 just over top of Bobby Anderson. Now Bennett Allen looks to shove his nose right in the middle of this sandwich. He drifts high and allows a little bit more space between himself and the 75 of Stony Benfield. Stony Benfield now having to hold off the 2 drivers behind him as he looks from the rear. He can see, whoa, Bennett Allen just as close as anybody could get without touching. He's really figured out how to stick the nose of the number 15 right here into the rear view mirror of Stony Benfield running in P5.
Yeah, the faster passer running P5 right now is he's closing in on that number 11 car of Ethan Eckert. And it don't look now, but here comes Bennett Allen looking to make a move on the outside. He cannot do it. And Jonathan Leach is now north of Poplar Bluff.
Love how we're covering multiple stories here tonight. Is Bennett, a.k.a. Send It Allen, sends it on the 75. Oh, they make contact.
Whoa.
There he goes.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh, my.
Put a 20 in the plate for that one.
Oh, my.
Heavens to Betsy. We seen that one coming. They got lucky the first time. Didn't get so lucky the second.
Here we go. Watch them come out of turn 4. Looks like that might have been just a racing deal there as they make contact, and it noses Stony Benfield into the outside wall. He's holding the braille. And there goes Papino to finish the job. Shane, I don't know what you just smelled there, but I'm pretty sure it was dirty tires, and that's the end of that ball game.
Yeah, there's a lot more than just dirty tires to that smell, but I think somebody's race at least took a huge hit. If not, is completely finished because, yow, what an impact.
Yeah, somebody's madder than a double-stuffed Keebler elf and just got demoted to fudge packer on that deal.
Well, I can tell you what, he definitely was not smelling what the Rock was cooking.
You know what? 9 cautions, though, through 218 laps is still something impressive. We're starting to get to that point where the cautions are about to go double digits. And, you know, these drivers, they still got to calm down. We have just less than half of this race to go.
You know, we made it about the first 200 laps or so with, you know, a majority of the cars still in this field. And now attrition is really starting to kick in. And we got to stop the blading here, Dave. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Look for these spotters, crew chiefs. Get in that ear of those race car drivers. Be the voice of reason. Get them calmed down, refocused. We still have a long way to go until all is said and done.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of that's going to have to do with team orders, of course, as, you know, as we talk to some of these teammates and drivers. We're going to see a lot of that as we get a chance right now to quick chat with Chris Claude, driver, the number 10, chief cook and bottle washer here in the SNN Cup Series. Hey, Chris, it's Dave. You got me?
Yeah, I do.
Chris, it's been a crazy night out there on the racetrack. We went from, you know, at least what we thought was pretty darn good to now it has just been a little bit of a caution-plagued segment of the race. What are you thinking, and what can the drivers do to get things going green again?
I don't know. Just have a reset. I don't know if it's fatigue from just the length of the race or whatever, but those that did the NIS race should be very familiar with how these races go and what you have to do to get to the end of them. And I think that everybody had that sort of mindset early on in the race, and it's just kind of going by the wayside.
Oop, I apologize. I didn't realize you were coming down pit road. We're
Oh,
going
it's
to
okay.
silence.
It doesn't bother me. That's fine.
Well, I know some people it does, but it looks like you're going to get, looks like just fuel only. Now, how does the 10 feel tonight? Any adjustments to it, or is it just drive it like you brought it?
Yeah. Well, I already made some adjustments, which is why I was able to get in the position. The car was just way too tight the first stage, and so I fixed that and was able to get in a lucky dog position the first time, and the wreck came out, and I made contact with Neil, and was lucky enough that another one came out not soon after and was able to get that one. But you know, I have you noticed any cars? While I've got you on there, have you noticed any cars that are showing up with bad connections on the?
We've
broadcast?
had a couple of bad connection situations. There's some guys there in the middle of the country, including yourself, you know, that are facing, you know, really bad storms, so on and so forth. And unfortunately, it's just that's the way that it goes.
Yeah.
You know, especially with these bad storms that are starting to circulate there in America's
Or
heartland.
would that be the case of like Iowa, that area right now? You think?
Yeah.
Probably?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Alan, you can speak to this. You've been kind of storm chasing for us. What do you see right now on the radar?
So right now, as we're looking, earlier right before we went on the air, there was a storm complex that dropped out of the northern Missouri in the Iowa complex that essentially rode the funnel boundary. There's two waves, and right now we're on the third wave of the storm complex that's essentially coming up north from Oklahoma. And what happened was the storm complex in Kansas and Oklahoma kind of merged, and so then you got a huge line that stretches all the way through north central Illinois, all the way through St. Louis down through Oklahoma. So a lot of the guys in the Midwest are indeed impacted, and I'm actually keeping my eye on a couple of the storm chasers that I follow on YouTube. So if you ever want good information, go follow Reed Timmer on YouTube, and definitely, look, Chris, storm chasing in the Midwest is very difficult because if you don't like the weather in St. Louis, wait 10 minutes.
Yeah, just let me know if there's anyone that gets crazy. I know that some people mentioned the 12 car was one that was moving around the track quite a bit, and there might have been one or two others. But if you can just let me know, that way I can do something about it in the race if it gets too bad on the broadcast.
Yeah, 10-4.
All right, we're going to let Chris get back onto it as we drop him back up in there to the Joe Gibbs Racing Stables. Matt, go ahead and bring us back.
Green flag back in the air once again. Salvignano masters the restart for another time as Matty Long is going to have to go up there and take the lead back from him the hard way is the 90. That TRD is, like the marketing slogan says, is going places, as they are now single file the first three positions. Actually, I take that back. Smith is under siege from Eckert as they are battling side by side for third.
Battle's starting to rage hot and heavy for third position. Shane, what are you thinking as now we're getting so deep into this race? We're way past the halfway point, so drivers are going to have to start making their beds to lay in them.
Yeah, strategy is definitely going to be coming into play, but the biggest thing I'm looking at is that the lights are starting to get brighter. Musco did a great job, but Rusty Wallace said it best one time. Once the lights come on, the switch gets flipped, and sometimes you got to wonder what's going through the drivers' heads on these night races. It's time to see who's got the best strategy to end up winning this race.
Yeah, sometimes it's a driver with the hamster going spinning around like you're seeing on the YouTube shorts right now. It's pretty popular. You just got to be vibing in your ride, having fun, having a good time. A lot of that positive synergy, I really believe, can help propel you to have a great finish or perhaps a victory here. Is the 47. Dave, did you see that? That was a matter of inches from being a massive explosion here at the front of the field.
Yeah, you know, there's nothing like being up there and you know, trying to run with these folks, and all of a sudden bad things can happen. So it's, you know, even for those that have crawled up 15 places in our standings at this point right now, that is Mitchell Smith in the 47. He qualified 18th, now runs in third, and at this stage, Mitchell Smith has proven that he's got a fast car. Now it's a matter of taking care of it.
Yeah, taking care of equipment is going to be the biggest thing here at Charlotte tonight, because you still have well over 170 laps left to go. You still got at least 3 more pit stops, if not 4, depending on how the cautions go. So you still got plenty of time to keep the tires underneath you, make a couple of adjustments, try to get back up front. But some of these guys, like that 97 car, he ain't got a whole lot to worry about right now.
No, the 97 right now holding his own as he now gets alongside Anthony Savignano. They're going to battle it out for the lead for the time being, but it looks like Matt Long going to be the victor in this battle as he gets just in front of Anthony Savignano. Now they haul it down the back chute side by side into turn 3. Matt Long still trying to fight off Anthony Savignano. It's almost like a bad itch that he just can't get rid of because Savignano's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, that 90 car is dialed in, and he's got something for that 97, I'm sure, as the race progresses, because we've seen him earlier on in this race. He was struggling a little bit when the sun was out, but now that the lights have come on, they've made some sort of adjustment to wake that car up, and now he's definitely going to be a contender for this race win.
I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight here on Sim Racing Media. We're going to now visit another one of our featured veterans. Our veteran's name is Edward Allen. He served in the Navy, and it is Bennett Allen's great-grandfather who fought as a gunner on a ship in World War II. He came home a different man, as many did, and shaped the way that the Allen family is to this day. Many were changed due to PTSD after the war, and of course that wasn't addressed back then. But his great-grandfather passed away due to a massive heart attack caused by severe alcoholism. And Bennett said he doesn't have very much to say about him due to the lack of good stories told by his grandfather, but he did fight for our country and put his life on the line, and we will always remember him for that and putting his flaws aside. And, you know, that's a serious thing, folks, as we talk about PTSD. Of course, back during World War II, they called it shell shock. You know, and the things that soldiers do every day, no matter what, is always something that, at least for my money, tells us that we need to be able to take better care of them in their post-service time. So, Edward Allen, we thank you for your service, and we thank you for the use of your great-grandson, Bennett. And just after this, we'll be back for more racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker, the future is feeling.
Masker can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on. Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but
as they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh my
and to the
goodness.
line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Aphrodite is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
So hi, my name's Christy. I am a wife, a mother of 3 children. I am a sister and an aunt of lots of nieces and nephews, and I'm also a substitute teacher. So my everyday life changed by going to appointments, a lot of appointments, a lot of scans. During the treatment, my body just got weaker, so I wasn't as active with my children and with my husband. So I was laying on the couch a lot more. I'm an active person, and so that just didn't sit well with me, but that's how it changed. My body was just weaker, and I couldn't do the things that I used to do. So there was a lady in where I live from a local church who had heard that I had breast cancer, and she sent me a letter just reaching out for support, and she actually said that she's the one that told me about Trisha's Hope and that I should contact them, so I did. So specifically, I wasn't able to really work during my treatment or anything like that, so the grant that I was able to get helped me pay my bills, provide gas money. I was driving to and from treatments, and so it helped a lot with bills and everything. I would just say I am so grateful for Trisha's Hope and for all the people that have donated, because I don't know what I would have done without them.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Preen Garden Weed Preventer and Preen Garden Weed Preventer Plus Plant Food block weeds before they start and are safe for use around over 400 flowers, vegetables, trees, and shrubs. Best of all, they give you 3 months of freedom from weeding in just 4 easy steps. You can apply Preen anytime before or during the growing season. But since it's a weed preventer, not a weed killer, early spring is best. Here's how. Start by removing existing weeds and their roots in the area where you want to apply Preen. Sprinkle granules directly onto dry soil, mulch, or stone so that they're evenly spaced. Within 24 hours of applying, integrate the granules into the top layer of soil or mulch or stone-covered bed. Finally, water with a hose or sprinkler, or a well-timed soaking rain to activate the protective weed barrier. When activated, Preen creates an invisible weed-fighting barrier just below the soil surface that targets and prevents weed seeds from sprouting and forming roots. People and pets may enter the treated area once dusts have settled and the area is thoroughly dry from watering or first rain. That's it. Now you'll have a beautiful weed-free space and 3 months to do anything but weeding. Satisfaction guaranteed. Trusted for over 50 years, Preen is America's #1 weed preventer brand with weed preventers for every type of garden.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic, real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $400,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Race fans, welcome back to Concord, North Carolina. I'm Matt Metler alongside the Allen Experience, Dave Regal, and Shane. I forgot your last name. I do apologize. Up here in the Tony Papastro Memorial Broadcast booth as Matty Long continues to lead now through 248 laps of competition. And Dave, he has a sizable lead at 2.67 seconds over Nolan Hodson, who currently runs in that second place position.
Yeah, Matt Long from Atlanta, Georgia. Nolan Hodgson out of Lamar's, Iowa, now running 2.6 seconds behind Long. I mean, now we can start to see some of these cars come to life, especially as the lights have come on, the sun has gone down, and that track temperature is starting to drop down as well as we pull up that current condition. 86 degrees. It's dropped 7 degrees since we last checked it about 50 laps ago or so. As we work lap 250, another 50 to go this time by in stage number 3, as Nolan Hodgson dealing with some connection issues. Of course, we know that the middle of the country right now dealing with those storms that you guys have been tracking all night long. Take us through what it's like to be a storm chaser, Metler, because, you know, I said a little bit ago, I can't imagine chasing down some of these things, and you do it for fun.
That's right. I do it for fun. It's a hobby. I'm definitely not a professional. I don't get paid to do it. I have a Facebook page. We've got about 12,000 followers on there or so. But, you know, I'm a big fan of weather and Mother Nature. Just something about lightning strikes and thunder and just the ominous clouds and the whole experience you get when you're on a storm chase or a storm hunt. It's exciting, you know. Plus, you know, there's the scientific side of it. You know, why does it all happen? Why do some supercells produce tornadoes? Why do some don't? Why do QCLS systems produce little spin-up tornadoes? Why do you have the embedded supercell that shows up in these things? And why do we have mesoscale convective systems like we see tonight that, as Alan said earlier, merge coming out of, oh my God, not to go off topic there, but Salvignano, he's still in the grass. I don't know how he kept it straight, but, you know, why did these systems seem to get reinvigorated, you know, after they wreaked heck, you know, in the Midwest, or the traditional tornado alley, if you will, yesterday? There's just something about it that drives me to it. Certainly, yeah, the first time you see one of those things up close and personal, it's a little dicey, I ain't gonna lie. You have to respect it, absolutely. Is it dangerous? Yes. But the goal isn't, you know, the common misconception is there's a bunch of us, you know, out there chasing these things that with a, you know, I want to die wish. You know, that's not it.
You and Helen Hunt.
Me and Helen from Twister. There's a second one coming out, by the way.
You know, I know, and I saw that it's coming out, and here's the thing. If you ever get the chance and you really want to waste yourself about 2 hours of time, there's a second Titanic movie as well.
Oh, God, no.
As much as I hate the first Titanic movie, That was about 2 hours and 45 minutes too long.
How can you have a second one? What are you going to do? Sink the boat again?
Well, what they did was a new Titanic was built, and you'll never guess what happens.
I never would have thought.
Oh, God.
You know, here's the thing.
I know that was an epic movie with a great track single by Celine Dion back in the late 90s. I'm not slacking it.
No,
But,
I hate that movie.
Okay, he straight up said it. He hates the movie.
Look.
Your heart does not go on, does it?
No, my heart does not go on. Have you seen my diet? I can't believe it's still ticking now.
Well,
You
this
know,
is
here's
why
the thing.
you need to go storm chasing.
That
will
was
help that process.
That movie was about a 105-year-old woman who told people about some really good that she got 84 years before. She wasted those sailors' time, right? The whole time she's got the diamond, the blue heart of the ocean, in her pocket. Okay? And she took 2 days to tell the story, and then at the very end had the audacity to die. And now they have to figure out what to do with her carcass and all of that cargo that she brought onto their boat. And she
How do we
still
go from
threw
storm
the
chasing
diamond
to the
over.
Titanic?
I don't know. Twister 2.
Twister 2. That was the segue, right?
Yes. No, a Segway is that funny little thing that you ride around in big cities to take tours.
Or a state-of-the-art tornado chase vehicle for, those smaller, hard-to-reach places.
I don't even know where to go from here.
If you're going to go if you're going to go storm chasing on a Segway, good luck, sir. I'll send the flowers a while.
All you got to do is put a helmet on and you're good to go.
No, at that point, the helmet is wearing you for protection.
Well, either way, it's protection. But anyways, we're getting off topic here. Dave, the best thing for you to do is we're just going to get you in a vehicle that has suicide doors, so once we put you in, you can't get out of. And we're just going to have to send you into the bear's cage, and we're going to have you get up close and personal, kind of like Goldberg in the Mighty Ducks when they strapped him to the goalpost.
Good
And once
movie.
you come out the other side, you will be a changed man forever, I promise you.
I'm all about, listen, I'll do it like once, okay? And I mean, like, I get in the car with you and we drive around, and here's Matt Long going down pit road as he's obviously ready to come in for pit service here on lap 261. I'll do anything once when it comes to, Mother Nature and watching, what can happen in a tornado, because I've always been fascinated with it. Because you got to remember, here in Pennsylvania, if we have a tornado, people are like, I'm sorry, we had a what now? Where then again, in Oklahoma, it's kind of like an earthquake in California. God's Etch-a-Sketch out there on the left coast.
Well, that is up for debate because Tornado Alley is shifting. Dixie Alley has gotten a lot more active, a lot more popular. It's more difficult to chase there. These people are less experienced. They haven't been dealing with these things for hundreds of years like they have in the traditional Tornado Alley. But I'll tell you what, Dave, it's not always the tornado that gets you going the most. Sometimes it's that frequent cloud-to-ground lightning in close proximity. That really make you vibe. I mean, there is nothing like a good lightning show when it's popping off, just hitting the deck feet from you. It's incredible.
Yeah, like Bob Nestor always told me, it's like a cup of coffee, you're fine.
See? Uncle Bob, he knows what's up.
He is the Jedi Master, as always, as we work lap 263. Green flag pit stops underway. Rich Jet down pit road. Looks like we had John Wilco come down pit road as he's back out here on fresh tires. Bobby Anderson, your race leader, as he is cycled up here in the 18 to the race lead. Sean Rogers from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Mark Johnson, Tanner Marty, and Brian Tarnowski all still out here on the lead lap as we basically are just going to sit here and hold tight, waiting for them to come down pit road.
Yeah, and it seems like these pit stops are coming at an opportune time because they're definitely playing the split strategy right now with only 35, 34 laps left to go in this stage. Tire wear is going to be interesting to see who's going to have what at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, you were totally right earlier, Shane, when we were talking about pit strategy and when to come down and when not to come down. We're taking a look right now at our pit window here. 53 laps before Nolan Hodgson came down pit road, 58 for Long. And I mean, right now, up atop the pile, Bobby Anderson has been up here for now has been out on these tires for 73 laps as he hauls it down pit road on lap 265.
Yeah, that means he's only going to have a short way to go to fill that tank to try to get through to the final stage. And again, this could be alternate strategy, trying to kind of usurp everyone in front behind him to make sure he can stay out front later on and try to pick up this win with pit strategy.
Now that top 4 comes down pit road, as well as Brian Tarnowski in the top 5, as Anderson, Rogers, Marty, and Johnson are all there. Brian Tarnowski searching for his box. He slides into the number 31 box in his number 28 Chevrolet Camaro. I think I said Silverado earlier, too, by the way.
You know, me saying usurp in a broadcast ranks right up there with me speaking French to open up a race.
.266 laps in the books. Nolan Hodgson, he cycles up here to your race lead. He's got 11 laps on these tires. He's been dealing with some connection issues out there in Lamar's, Iowa, as we pull up that driver information here, or not. There it goes. As the young man in the Brandt number 12 Chevrolet Camaro leads this piece, he's got Matt Long from Atlanta, Georgia, following close behind in P2. Chris Davis runs in third with Ethan Eckert from Chicago in fourth. Rodrigo Loga out of Buenos Aires. Paul Hill from Jacksonville, Florida. Bobby Anderson running in 7th position right now in that M&M's Ford Mustang. Sean Rogers, Tanner Marty, and Mark Johnston from Newell, North Carolina. All these drivers in your top 10 as we work lap 268.
Yeah, Mark Johnston, shout out to him who runs in that 10th place position. The RC Cola man is having a great run here tonight. You know, I've had the pleasure of racing against Mark in some official races here and there, and he's such a great guy, genuine, very helpful. You know, he's answered a lot of questions I've had with open setups as I'm starting to learn them more and more, and great to see, you know, such a great individual having a phenomenal run here as he's in that 10th place position, Alan.
Yeah, 10th place position there, you know, Mark Johnson. And, you know, you go to piggyback off what you said about running official races, is you will encounter these guys that run in this league in official races. I mean, you're going to see these guys, you know, that have run essentially 1,800 miles this weekend and know the fatigue as we are closing in on the at the end of stage 3. But one thing I want to make mention of is the fact that, you know, we're 270 laps in. The track temperature has almost plummeted. It's almost as half of what it was at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, things starting to cool down, but that also turns up the heat on these drivers as they work their way through this 1.5-mile racetrack. We're going to go right here to Mark Johnston's dashboard since we're in the neighborhood. 173 through the quad oval. He's on the hammer as hard as he can, and he gets it just about 188, almost 189 coming into turn 1. I mean, that is a blistering amount of speed, and that's a driver who at this point knows what he's got under the hood, and now he's decided that it's time to put it on display.
In display, he is putting it on, as he is putting it on for his city right now, as he's closing in on the back of the 29 of Tanner Marty. Johnson is faster last time by a 29.86 to Tanner Marty's 89. So that couple tenths of a difference there, and you can see that gap continues to shrink. But Dave, we often say catching him is one thing, passing him is another. I'm interested to see what Mark Johnston does as he goes blink mode. Or I'm sorry, that wasn't Marty. That was the 12 again, who seems to be having connection issues up near the point.
Yeah, Matt Long has somehow managed to make the 97 about 4 wide for the last, basically 100 laps as he tries to hold off Nolan Hodgson. Hodgson's biggest problem is that he's blinking, in and out. And here's the thing: as a driver, that becomes incredibly difficult to try to navigate because your eyes are automatically drawn to that other car, and then all of a sudden the car is gone, and you have no more reference point in front or alongside of you.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. As it's really disheartening as a driver when you see that car blink, because you really don't know whether he's really right where he's at. And you mentioned Nolan Hodges.
Well, apparently we've lost Alan.
I was even going to ask him a follow-up question. You guys, I know, are paying attention to the iRacing.com forums. How do you feel about Oswego being added to our menu here?
Oh, I am absolutely thrilled that the Steel Palace is coming because all the modified races that have been held there, it's going to be a perfect addition for the short track series. I'm expecting a lot of action out of that place.
Yeah, that was one of the places that Tony Trapasso was always desperate to try to get to. They have an entire week of Dirt Week during October, and unfortunately, he obviously can't go anymore. It would be weird if he did. But, it definitely, as far as being a non-dirt fan, just because of Tony was when I'm going to really be paying attention to that. So, Alan, is that you? Are you back? Nope, I guess not.
Yeah, he's physically in here, but not verbally. But I know that they're looking to actually add the dirt version of Oswego at some point as well. So there's going to be both versions of the track available for everybody.
Yeah,
there we go. Now I'm back.
That's exciting. I mean, Alan, Oswego dirt track. Take us through that. Because something tells me that's suddenly going to be one of the most popular tracks on the service.
Yeah, so Oswego, is a hotbed for big block modified action, and it actually moved to the Billy Whitaker 200 from the Syracuse Mile, due to the track shutting down to Oswego. So essentially, they put dirt on Oswego, and they go 200 miles of dirt track racing there at the big block modifieds, the 358, the sportsman mods, and the pro stock dirt cars. So, it's a really fun track. It's really technical. It's really difficult.
Explain to me what the sportsman car is, because I've heard that, as I read some of the stuff about NASCAR history, and I don't know if it's just because I can't wrap my brain around it, or maybe it's just because it's foreign to me because I pay more attention to the top 4 series here in Cup, Xfinity, Trucks, and ARCA. What exactly is this sportsman series you speak of?
So the sportsman series, so you got, in the big block modified world, you got your big block modifieds, and then you got your small block modifieds. Well, the sportsman modifieds are essentially a 358 small block Chevrolet engine that goes inside these. And these big block modifieds, Dave, they're almost like a sprint car, but what differs from a sprint car to a big block modified is the fact that they have a big block Chevrolet engine in them, and they're center steer cars. So you drive them in the center, and they're almost in a sprint car type frame, if you will.
See, yeah, to somebody like me who's used to, all of these series on asphalt, that just sounds exciting to me. It's almost like a new experience waiting in the wings.
Coolest part about those cars, is when you're at speed, you can literally lose, the left front tire, and continue to go on and be competitive, isn't it, Alan?
What left front? You don't need a left front nose.
See, exactly. That's my point. I was watching a video on YouTube the other day.
Just ask Scott Bloomquist about that.
That's a form of auto racing that I just feel is that exciting just because it's something different.
Look, Dave, you can totally destroy the left front on a dirt car and still win an A main.
That is no joke. Caution out on the speedway as I heard the tires screaming on someone's race car. Going to go back to the replay team here. Go to the eye in the sky. Oh, someone just started doing the jig and Kavaja Holt. Hopefully, no. Oh, great heads up there. Immediately toes back to pits.
Let's ride along with the gyro cam of Kavaja Holt because I'm curious to see what it was like from his perspective as he just simply got way too loose and couldn't hold on to it. More drivers begging Nolan Hodgson to stay away from them as, you know, the young man, look, he's really worked his tail off. You know, I realize he's no John Wilco out of McAdoo, Pennsylvania. John Wilco right now, after starting 36th, is currently running 12th, the final car on the lead lap, which, you know, maybe this wreck here saved him a lot of time. Do you think that there's still those drivers that are out there hoping for, you know, other people to bring the caution out so that they can get, you know, a little bit of calmness in their life?
Oh, absolutely, for certain. I mean, just look how many drivers we have, one or multiple laps down here. The more cautions that, you know, I don't want to say it's a good thing because we keep elongated the total time here in this race. That's more fatigue. That's, you know, more restarts. That's more time in the race car these drivers have to go through. But on the other side of the coin, Dave, that's more drivers that get back on the lead lap, back into contention as we see our leaders now in their pit stalls getting service on their race cars.
Alan, what do you think? What goes through your head when you're this deep into a race and, you know, now you're starting to think, okay, this is going to suddenly become pit strategy with 114 laps to go. Do we try to make this into a two-stop race from here on out?
My first thought is, you know, what's my tires doing right now at this point? And if the tires are good going through this pit stop, then my strategy is, well, we could try to flip it into two and make it, 50, 60 laps a run? I mean, It's doable. We've seen guys out here on 73-lap old tires, so it's doable to be out here 60 laps on a set. It's just a matter of what's everyone else's strategy going to be like. But we have to wait and see.
Yeah, and so you know, and that's getting right back to you know, Shane's point here. You know, obviously he's got a good read on his tires. He knows what his car is doing. He's going to take the track position here, give that 80 the first taste of fresh air it's had all night. We know how big of an effect it has on these next-gen cars, as we see here. Actually, he just took it down pit road. So he stayed out to lead a lap. So scratch what I was just saying. And that's going to turn the lead over to the most, and I mean this with all due respect, the most dangerous weapon out there on the racetrack. As you see, I mean, he's like Christmas in Memorial Day right now. He is blinking, and that's just not what you want to see. And it's so unfortunate because Hodgson, he's fast right now. He looks like the rocket out there. I know he's got a throwback paint scheme on his car to Ryan Newman, but I mean, Matty Long and company behind him, they have to be absolutely going berserk on the comms right now.
Yeah, Matt Long's got to be trying to figure out a way to get back up there. We talked about it earlier. He spent a lot of times as a bridesmaid. Today is the day where you want to put that veil on and go ahead and be your bride.
How do you race a car for the league where you have no idea if it's going to be there or where it's going to appear?
I guess we're going to find out that right now as we're going to ride along with Matt Long once we go back Green Flag Racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Dave Regal, Matt Mettler, Alan Bergen, and Shane Lake with you here in the Tony Trapassa Memorial Broadcast booth. Nolan Hodgson getting ready to line up alongside of Matt Long and Chris Davis with Bobby Anderson close in tow. A special shout out to the Leshkos from McAdoo, Pennsylvania, as they were part of the rescue effort today for Jimmy Sturr and his orchestra. 18-time Grammy-winning artist Jimmy Sturr. And without the Leshkos and the ability to get up there to the fire company today, Jimmy Sturr never would have made it to his concert gig. And the Kenosha Kickers.
The Kenosha Kickers and Save the Polka, Mr. Dave Regal.
Well, we started the day in
Kenosha
Scranton, and it's still number one, the Pennsylvania Polka.
I'm very worried right now.
Hey, look, Dave, I just want to.
Yeah, Alan's having some blinking problems of his own. But as I was saying, Dave, as the lights are out on this pace car, I'm going to make it quick and simple. I'm very concerned what's going to happen here if that 12 does not stay visible on the racetrack.
Yeah, that could be a huge problem as that pace car is about to make that hard left-hand turn. We're about to go back green.
$288, $289 when we come back to the line this time through. Double filed they are. Matt Long hits the loud pedal. We go back underway.
I think there may have been a pass before the start-finish line there, Dave.
We're going to get a chance to run that back and look because, yeah, I think you were right.
Yeah, let's
Here
run
we
this
go.
back.
Oh, Matt Long blinked out. I'm sorry, Nolan Hodgson blinked out. They hit the restart zone. There goes Hodgson. No, it looks like a clean start.
Yeah, it looks clean on my end from what I was seeing.
Yeah, I think it was just the camera angle and then... Look at the 12. He just used the force against everybody.
He's just out here blinking his way up into the lead. And, you know, the thing is, for
There
the
he
12...
goes.
Good Lord.
That is the best defense. Make it so no one wants to get within 5 car lengths of you.
Works
This is
for
not
me.
the car you are looking for.
I'm all about it. 291 laps in the books. 10 to go here in stage number 3 as we're here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Stacy Strong SNN Cup Series. Want to thank everybody for tuning in, making us a part of your evening, welcoming us into your homes, onto your phones, wherever you may be and however you may be listening. If you're only just tuning in now, we've still got 110 total laps to go. And, of course, you can absolutely tune in on the youtube.com live chat. Let us know who you're pulling for, what you're watching, and, you know, whether or not this race, which I think we're at the point now where we've basically begun to start to confuse the general public because they don't know if we're, you know, up at Pocono or wherever we happen to be. Of course, the 4 of us are all in different cities, but it sounds like we're all right next to each other.
New fastest lap of the race. Paul Hill goes at 29.35. So to your point, Dave, Shane, Allen, those temps continue to come down. The speeds go up. I know I made a Star Wars reference a few moments ago. Well, Long just engaged the warp drive and took it right by the 12. He's back to the lead.
They've gone to plaid.
Oh my God! Today.
All we need now is Chewy.
What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
I was about to say, wait, someone wanted Chewy.
That's different.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Not a bad one.
That sounds like
Nolan Hodgins.
Rush Hog at 5 a.m.
Nolan Hodgins there working his way on the outside of the number 18 car, Bobby Anderson, and he's been blinked in and out and out more than I have tonight. I think we're about even right now.
Bobby Anderson's blinking more than a meth head in withdrawal.
Oh my God.
Tell me you know what I'm talking about.
I was waiting for the references.
Well, hey, Matt Long.
Of course, there's our very own Alan Bergen, who he's doing the same routine right now. There's nothing, you know what?
Yeah,
there's nothing quite as interesting to watch, you know, kind of like Nolan Hodgson, who's blinking out right now. Bobby Anderson looks to the inside. We're going to have a battle here for P2 as Matt Long is starting to run away with the lead now. Half a second over Nolan Hodgson. But sometimes there's nothing quite as entertaining as going to your local bus station and just watching the people. Let's just say the people. And the blinking and the scratching and the yelling at the other folks.
Sounds like a mall on a Friday night.
Depending on what city you're in, yes.
Those.
There was the call on the radio. I have no idea where you are. I'm just driving straight. You know what? That's called I'm putting my fate into my own hands and just saying it's time to go. That was the voice of Paul Hill that we just heard on Race Radio. He and Bobby Anderson side by side ahead of Chris Davis as they're chasing down Nolan Hodgson in the 12, who is blinking desperately, you know, to try to get that internet connection resealed. Matt, I don't know about you, but I mean, as we get deeper here into the night, what do you think that last, you know, money stop adjustment's going to be here on the race car?
Well, I don't know about Matt, but the last money stop for me, the last adjustment I'd make is to try to loosen the car up a little bit more because the track's going to be tightening up with all this grip that's being found with these temperatures coming down. The looser is faster for this final 100 laps, and I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of guys that are going to put their cars right on that edge, and someone's going to be bound to step over.
300 laps in the books. Once we make it around, stage 3 will come to a merciful end here. Matt Long leads us down through turns 1 and 2 as he's got Nolan Hodgson, Bobby Anderson, Chris Davis, Paul Hill, Ethan Eckert, Sean Rogers, Tanner Marty, Rodrigo Loga, and Mark Johnston in tow. 15 cars on the lead lap. John Wilco out of McAdoo, Pennsylvania runs in 13th. Brian Tarnowski out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, he runs in 12th. 23 positions to the good for John Wilco. I told you before, guys, he's a sniper and moved his way up here quietly as Matt Long captures the green and white checkered flag.
Yeah, Matt Long has been dominating this race so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if our old sniper buddy doesn't have a little something here in the woodwork waiting for everybody this final 100 laps.
We'll get a chance to talk with Matt Long as it just seems like Dirty South Racing is exchanging positions and deciding, okay, this stage you win, next stage I win.
Yeah, well, I think the exchanges are over. It's about time to see who's really got the horsepower under the hood.
If they wound up, you know, taking any kind of advice from, oh my goodness, I just forgot his name, Mike Wright, driver the number 98 on a Monday and Tuesday, if they took any advice from him, it's just to be patient. I mean, I've seen their team leader just be, almost got the patience of a ninja.
I was thinking more of a Jedi patience right here, just waiting for that right time for the lightsaber and go, I'm here.
Fair point. Matt Long going to lead mass pit stops down pit road right now as we take a peek here at the leaderboard. Everybody first through 13th, 14th, 15th. Every lead lap car comes down pit road.
Not surprising, get some 4 field goods and a tank of go-go juice, and it's time to make this party happen. Yeah.
Speed, of course, was the precursor to Fox Sports 1 that we all get a chance to watch and listen to now. And, you know, back in the day, the Speed Network was just so cool. It was cutting edge for its time as, you know, basically all motorsports all the time.
Yeah, I remember the Speed Channel covering everything. way back when, from monster trucks to off-road to NASCAR, you name it. Speed Channel had it. I remember a lot of great stuff on that channel.
Well, of course, it's now been bought up by Fox Sports 1. And I mean, here's the thing. We can't be too angry at it because Fox Sports 1 has been pretty cool over the last, handful of years. What gets me is that there's no more Sports Center type coverage there from FS1.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing is they put a lot more opinion shows on than anything else. And unfortunately, that's what tends to hurt the big networks.
Yeah, they can't just report it anymore. They have to sit there and debate it. Hey, listen, the Knicks won, the Sixers lost. That's the fact. It has nothing to do with all of the argument that goes along with it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, everyone's going to try to break it down to where, hey, this guy didn't do jack. This guy's the reason they did this. Who cares? Look at the score. Look at the stat sheet if you want to figure that out.
That's a true story. Is Rich Jett going to be our race leader coming back to the green flag? Matt Long running in P2. Bobby Anderson, Paul Hill, Ethan Eckert, Sean Rogers, Mark Johnston, Mitchell Smith, Tanner Marty, and John Wilco round out your top 10. Matt, I got to know, is it easier to be up here in the broadcast booth on a night like this, or is it easier to be in the car?
Oh, that's a good question, Dave. I think if your car's driving really good, if you're fast like, Matty Long, Bobby Anderson, Sean Rogers, I think it's better in the car. Otherwise, I'd rather be up here in the broadcast booth. At least you got a better idea. You have a better idea, or we think we have a good idea of what's going on here. You have a better visual cues. We great seats up here in the booth, and hey, we get to spend it with everyone here live on YouTube, and the best guys in the business up here in the booth.
Best guys in the business. One of us is fading fast after a long day up at the Lakeside Ballroom, celebrating Polka Joe's 50th anniversary. My God, I couldn't imagine.
Those Polka wear you out.
Well, yeah, between that and the fact that, it takes me an hour and a half and then some to get there, leaves me feeling awful beat at the end of the day. Speaking of awful beat, Rich Jett in the 77, he's got himself back down on pit road. So assuming he doesn't go down a lap, we should be all right with Rich Jett for the time being. Matt Long retains the race lead as he's got to have Bobby Anderson on the high side. So it looks like Matt Long opting for the low side. He must know something that we don't.
Well, low side on a restart I could see working out, especially on fresh tires. But, we were talking a second ago. No, not as far as I know.
All right, thank you, Dave.
As I was saying, as we're getting ready to go back restart here, I'd rather talk about the story than be the story, if you ask me.
That's a fair point. 95 laps when we come back to the green flag here. Shane, take it away and let's go here in the final stage.
As the drivers are getting ready to come out of turns 3 and 4, we got Matt Long and the 18 Anderson alongside of him getting ready to come into the Geico restart zone. Matt Long's going to be on the button on those 4 fresh field goods. Pace car's going to make that hard left-hand turn. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back underway at Charlotte.
Back underway at Charlotte. Green flag back in the air, and Matty Long picking up right where he left off. And he has a friendly face behind him, and Mr. Anderson in the 18. Everything's just going right for the Dirty South boys right now as they lead this piece. First and second place position. But how about that Slayer-sponsored Dark Horse Mustang? Mr. Hill there in that 4th place position in the 6 car. He's got some speed starting to showcase and show up here late as he's putting Sean Rogers up to the test for that 4th place position.
I have to imagine that it's got to be exciting when you look around you and you think, oh my goodness, I get to actually race for a little bit here. As they still restart here, double file. A lot of these drivers we're going to go see single file until we get to the absolute last portion of this race. As we're on lap 307, 93 laps to go now, 92 at the line. as we work here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Dave Regal with you, alongside, of course, my normal partner in crime, Mr. Matt Metler. Alan Bergen making a special appearance, and last but certainly not least, the old work mistress himself, Shane Lake. And of course, everybody, I do encourage you to tune into Shane's YouTube channel during the week. Take us through that, Shane, and what do you guys talk about during the week?
Well, we give everybody, as their slogan says, the hottest it takes and the coldest the cold hard facts. We talk all things sports, whether it's breaking down the NHL playoffs like we're going to do later on this week. Talk about the NBA Finals because we all know how that's going to end up. We got Boston up 3-0 over Indiana. Dallas and I've barely been paying attention to the West Coast Conference because, frankly, it doesn't matter who's coming out of that. They're getting their tails kicked. But we've got a lot of great headlines coming up. We've got a lot of great interviews planned this week. So make sure you guys check out Snowman Multimedia, Snowman in the Morning. That's going to be the morning show you guys can find me on. It's going to be a lot of fun this week. We're going to be mixing a lot more baseball talk, too. So stay tuned for that because the All-Star break is approaching next month.
Yeah, with the All-Star break coming up, in so many of these other sports, I mean, baseball's All-Star break used to mean something, but at the same time, it's really hard to hang, who's going to have home field advantage on essentially an exhibition game.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the NBA All-Star game. Look where that ended up, 211 points scored. As my opening says in the show, what happened to the games where breaking 100 points in the All-Star game was unusual. I mean, come on here.
Yeah, now that's normal fare.
Dude, that's normal after halftime.
Has basketball really changed that much since I stopped watching it?
Yes. Simplest answer, yes. I mean, I've barely seen a game in the playoffs so far under 115 points.
What? Okay, I see your answer.
I'm not kidding you.
I'm going to have to take a peek on modern day hoops because that was not the case.
Well, I'll tell you what revolutionized it was a three-point shot with Steph Curry banging all those home. Now everyone's got 2 or 3 people that can hit 35-40% from deep for a season.
Well, that I remember as back when Golden State and the Cleveland Cavaliers won at it a couple times there for the championship, and then somehow I just cycled myself out of it. And that's probably going back, 5 years or more now. As Eckert now, Dave, your mentor. Well, I shouldn't say your mentor, but the one you shared some seat time with before the drop of the green flag tonight, seems to have taken your advice, and he now leads as we work lap 315 of 400.
Yeah, 85 laps to go. Ethan Eckert in the 11 car has quietly worked his way up here in the standings. I mean, he leads Matt Long now. If I look in the rearview mirror and I'm Ethan Eckert, as we're going to do so right now, I mean, he's got to see Matt Long back here and know that he's on borrowed time. Matt Long has been so dominant this whole race, yet at the same time, now Ethan Eckert has really started to see those dividends come through as far as getting, up here in front and leading this piece for a little while. As he hits the clean air, I'm curious to see what's about to happen with Ethan Eckert.
Yeah, and we all know with these Gen 7 cars, clean air is king. So could we start seeing a little bit of that aero blocking here late in this race? Because that's going to be a weapon these guys are going to have, especially as the clock ticks down.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a little bit of it at times, but Shane, to your point, I think that's going to go to a whole nother level here as, that switch starts to flip from give and take to only take, and you're going to have to start to mount a defense, and one of the tools in that arsenal is the elusive, or the aero block, as you put it, and that may be what it's going to take here to withhold Matty Long from taking this P1 position back. But as you know, Regal mentioned, the longer this thing runs, you know, you can almost bet that the 97 is just waiting, licking his chops, waiting for that 11 to fall off a little bit so he can just motor right back on by and retake what's been his for a majority of the night, and that is the lead.
Yeah, something tells me he's just kind of sitting back, stalking and studying, and that's exactly what I'd be doing this late in a race, is just kind of building a little bit of a notebook. You know, don't let this guy get too far out ahead of me. And then when that time is right after that last pit stop, game over.
Riding along now with Matt Long here, just behind Ethan Eckert as we work lap 319. Matt Long is just hitting his marks. You can tell that he's not really bothered with Ethan Eckert up here running the line that he's running. Matt Long, to your point, Shane, is just loading up for bear.
Oh, easily. And right now, he's just, as it's been said, he's just licking his chops. He's got the notebook. He's taking down a little bit of notes here and there as they work past a little bit of lap traffic earlier. Still got a little bit more in front of them, but he's just kind of studying right now what this 11 car of Eckert's doing, and he'll know exactly what position to put this car in if he's going to end up getting by him.
All right, guys, I got to step away for a moment as I got something in my eye.
Uh-oh.
321 laps in the books tonight, folks. Ethan Eckert, your race leader. Matt Long running P2. Bobby Anderson, Paul Hill, and Sean Rogers, your top 5. Tanner Marty, Nolan Hodgson, Mitchell Smith, and, of course, John Wilco, Mark Johnson and John Wilco out of McAdoo, Pennsylvania, lead this race today. And I'll tell you, it's almost like this entire pack has really stuck itself together.
Yeah, they've definitely been Velcroed together, especially the last 100 or so laps. So it doesn't surprise me that this race is probably going to be sorted out between these 10 cars with only about a 3.7 second gap between them. Anything's still liable to happen.
Yeah, and, you know, Alan, this is something that you don't get to see on dirt very often, but basically, I mean, Ethan Eckert has just absolutely set sail through the night as now it looks like Tanner Marty looking to get on to Sean Rogers here. Let's see what this battle's all about. And it looks like that was a little too late, too soon.
Yeah, and to your point, here comes Sean Rogers, and he's getting ready to make that move. Well, we're watching the 80 car, Mark Johnson, go on the outside of the 47 car, Mitchell Smith, right to that dog leg there. And, you know, these cars crave cooler temperatures because the cooler temperatures are going to make the horsepower.
Yeah, and with the cooler temperatures comes more grip in the tires, more horsepower, faster speeds. These guys are going to be probably clocking under 29 seconds before long, especially when that final pit stop hits, once they get those 4 field goods on.
Yeah, speaking of timing, it looks like everybody back through Chris Custer in 23rd has gone sub 30 seconds. So obviously they've figured something out. There's a lot more grip in this racetrack, and there's a lot of guys that were taking this high lane as, of course, Nolan Hodgson still waiting to cause havoc.
Yeah, the high lane's definitely starting to come into its own, so we're definitely going to be seeing a little doubled-up racing before too much longer. As it looks like that 97 car has found the one position he's belonged to the most this race, and that's the lead.
Yeah, Matt Long has been dominant all night long. Ethan Eckert now fading back into 5th position. The question is, how long can Matt Long hold this lead for? With 326 laps in the books, 75 to go here. From the Lakeside Ballroom, Dave Regal with you, as always, on a Sunday night with Matt Metler, who has just stepped away from the microphone, Alan Bergen as a special guest, and as always, my work mistress, Mr. Shane Lake here, as we're going to step aside and pay some bills one final time as we are in the twilight of this race in Concord, North Carolina at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic, real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $400,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
So I was laying on the couch a lot more. I'm an active person, and so that just didn't sit well with me. So hi, my name's Christy. I am a wife, a mother of 3 children. I am a sister and an aunt of lots of nieces and nephews, and I'm also a substitute teacher. So my everyday life changed by going to appointments, a lot of appointments, a lot of scans. During the treatment, my body just got weaker, so I wasn't as active with my children and with my husband. So I was laying on the couch a lot more. I'm an active person, and so that just didn't sit well with me, but that's how it changed. My body was just weaker, and I couldn't do the things that I used to do. So there was a lady in where I live from a local church who had heard that I had breast cancer, and she sent me a letter just reaching out for support, and she actually said that she's the one that told me about Trisha's Hope and that I should contact them, so I did. So specifically, I wasn't able to really work during my treatment or anything like that, so the grant that I was able to get helped me pay my bills, provide gas money. I was driving to and from treatments, and so it helped a lot with bills and everything. I would just say I am so grateful for Trisha's Hope and for all the people that have donated, because I don't know what I would have done without them.
Basket can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Trish on the bottom.
Bouchard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane.
as they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh my
and to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Apromitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
Preen Garden Weed Preventer and Preen Garden Weed Preventer Plus Plant Food block weeds before they start and are safe for use around over 400 flowers, vegetables, trees, and shrubs. Best of all, they give you 3 months of freedom from weeding in just 4 easy steps. You can apply Preen anytime before or during the growing season. But since it's a weed preventer, not a weed killer, early spring is best. Here's how. Start by removing existing weeds and their roots in the area where you want to apply Preen. Sprinkle granules directly onto dry soil, mulch, or stone so that they're evenly spaced. Within 24 hours of applying, integrate the granules into the top layer of soil or mulch or stone-covered bed. Finally, water with a hose or sprinkler or a well-timed soaking rain to activate the protective weed barrier. When activated, Preen creates an invisible weed-fighting barrier just below the soil surface that targets and prevents weed seeds from sprouting and forming roots. People and pets may enter the treated area once dusts have settled and the area is thoroughly dry from watering or first rain. That's it. Now you'll have a beautiful weed-free space and 3 months to do anything but weeding. Satisfaction guaranteed. Trusted for over 50 years, Preen is America's #1 weed preventer brand with weed preventers for every type of garden.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here in Concord, North Carolina. It's the quad booth today with Shane Lake, Dave Regal, Matt Medler, and Alan Bergen standing here. Yeah, some of us are actually standing, stretching our legs out. It is getting close to the money stop for these guys. And Matt, I don't know about you, I'd be a little bit nervous right about now.
The money stop always seems to bring out the gremlins at times. This is when you have to be perfect. Everything has to be executed flawlessly. Do not get caught speeding. That would be the nail in the coffin for some of these drivers that have been darn near perfect, like Long, Anderson, Marty Davis and company. Even Rick Jet Godzilla having a great run here in that 9th place position. But to your point about that money stop there, Shane, if one part goes unhinged, that could spell disaster, as that is looming as we now approach we're putting lap 348 in the books.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, it's going to be entertaining to see this, because the entrance here to pit road at Charlotte isn't exactly easy to get onto. So could we see guys possibly try to milk a little too much time and end up speeding going into pit road, or maybe even speeding a little bit coming out? We'll have to wait and see. Well, Dave, what do you got for me down there, brother?
We talked about this earlier tonight, whether or not you want to try to come in, hot to trot when you come off of the racing surface and onto pit road. The thing is, once you get down there, the question was, do you take the chance to slide the tires, or do you use that extra second, maybe half a second, to try to do this right? Do it once, do it right the first time. I mean, with 50 laps to go, you can't afford to have to put it in reverse and try to get back into that pit box. This league has rules about how many pit boxes you can use to slide into your own, so you don't want to wind up, overshooting it and, causing yourself a delay. As Matt Long leads us once again, I think, boys, this is finally the night where we're going to see Matt, put on that wedding dress and finally get the win here tonight.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. You can only be a bridesmaid so many times before that bell starts tolling, and you get a little bit antsy to start getting it yourself. Look at some of the best bridesmaids that were out there in NASCAR. Mark Martin, Harry Gant, Kyle Larson for the longest time before they finally broke through. The way this 97 car has been running tonight, I think the bell has finally started tolling for the 97.
Yeah, the 97's been dominant all night long. Bobby Anderson, though, he runs P2 right now, 2.2 seconds behind Matt Long. Now, the question really starts to become this. Does Bobby Anderson try to start closing in there on Matt Long? And he just closed the gap a little bit here, as all of a sudden iRacing wants to watch Nolan Hodgson, but we just simply can't. He's been dealing with some connection issues all night long. As you guys were talking during the break, that, essentially the weather right now is just out of control.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be issuing a lot of connection issues for some of these guys out in the Midwest, even a little bit in the North Carolina area with the weather they've been having today. So it's only a matter of time before these connection issues could rear their head and cause a little bit more chaos than what anyone else was planning.
10 cars left here on the lead lap. Matt Metler, I got to ask you, once you fall out of that lead lap contention here, do you just find yourself, hey, listen, I'm gonna try to log some laps, stay out of trouble? I mean, right now, looking through here, we've got 31st through 39. They're out. They've put it on the hauler and have already headed out of the tunnel here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The first car a lap down, as I'm waiting for that to spin on by. Here we go. Rodrigo Loga all the way through Ethan Eckert. Ethan Eckert was leading for a while. Now he bleeds back into 14th position. What do you do in those situations? Do you just kind of log laps, or do you wind up trying to charge to get one back?
Well, Matt went to DQ land, but as a guy that would be a lap down right now, is you just kind of log laps and just stay out of everybody's way and just continually log laps, because in this series, every point does matter.
Yeah, and, we talked about the points. In fact, let's pull those up quick since we have another moment here. Matt DeCiani missing again from tonight's race. Sean Rogers, that's going to enable him to close in even more now, as Rogers, way back here. In fact, let's see where he disappeared to, because the 44 is absolutely buried right now in the standings. He's running in 12th position. That's still going to enable him to close in on DeCiani, but Nolan Hodgson, he's the one as he comes down here for the money stop. Let's get this graphic out of the way, shall we, for the time being, as Nolan Hodgson, Matt Long, Paul Hill, and Tanner Marty all come down pit road together.
And this is the time to see if Matt Long's crew can actually put that car back out front when this all cycles back out, because if they're able to, something tells me that 97 is going to be setting sail on everybody.
Less than 50 to go as Bobby Anderson nope, never mind. It's Chris Davis that's going to come down pit road. Bobby Anderson going to stay out yet again here. This becomes the question, how long can you go, or how low can you go on that fuel? That's for sure, as we're going to see half of our timing and scoring turn blue while Bobby Anderson logs laps over top of him.
I think what Anderson's trying to do is this alternate strategy of going as long as possible. If he catches a caution at just the right time, if there is one, he's going to look like an absolute genius staying out as long as he is. But unfortunately, as things have gone these last 150 or so laps, I don't see a caution coming for him.
No, and here comes Bobby Anderson into his pit boxes. He's going to slide to a halt here. He does slide the rear tires, but he manages to come in just perfectly, as that's going to allow Rodrigo Loga to come out of turn 4 back onto the front stretch to go from a lap down. All of a sudden, Rodrigo is going to take the lead for the time being, as he last came down on lap 302. Sean Rogers going to regain the lead as he came down on 346. I think Sean Rogers and Matt Long are ready to get the hammer and tongs out, and they're going to be duking it out. Barring a caution here toward the end of this race, you have to start wondering to yourself, without a caution, are they going to even, have that battle that we've been waiting for in the latter stage of this race?
If they have that battle, it's going to be with Long chasing Rogers down, because he's got to make up 4 seconds on him. It's doable, but it's also going to be exhausting on the equipment. Question is, does he try to make it all up at once, or does he try to slowly chip away on to where he might actually have a little bit more tire save than what Rogers is thinking he's going to have?
Possible, but not probable, the report here, as Sean Rogers going to take away the race lead for the time being. That could wind up being the kiss of death for Matt Long, who has just been dominant all night here, and unfortunately could put him in that bridesmaid position again if he doesn't get a caution to get bunched back up with Sean Rogers, who now leads him by all but 3 seconds.
3 seconds, 40 laps. It's doable to chip away at it, but he would have to consistently chip away. And with the lap traffic in front of him, plus still trying to get past the 03, good luck.
Want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight here on Sim Racing Media. Dave Regal, Shane Lake, Alan Bergen, and of course Matt Metler, who has now taken his leave, so to speak. As Alan, you said that he went to DQ land. What happened with Metler?
I assume that he lost connection.
Well, another one bites the proverbial dust, if you will, as Sean Rogers works lap 346. All of a sudden, yours truly with a little bit of a second wind here. It's been a long day after, serving with 105.5 WMGH up in Barnesville, Pennsylvania, covering Polka Joe's 50th anniversary. Now, after hustling back home to cover the Coca-Cola 600 right here in the Stacy Strong Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series, Sean Rogers, your race leader. He's followed by Matt Long, Rodrigo Loga, Bobby Anderson, Mitchell Smith, Ethan Eckert, Nolan Hodgson, Chris Davis, Tanner Marty. All of a sudden, some more names being added back to the lead lap. This could be trouble for Matt Long, though, as he now trails Sean Rogers by 2.37 seconds.
I wouldn't exactly say it's trouble, because last time we looked at the interval, he was 3 seconds behind. So he's chipping that lead down. It's just a matter of getting up to him, because what's the old saying? Getting to him is one thing, passing him is another.
We're going to take a look at that graphic right here in the bottom of your screen. Matt Long has consistently been faster than Sean Rogers. Now, you got to remember, Sean Rogers is on 9-lap older tires than Matt Long. But Matt Long is one of these drivers that we've seen all night just kind of hitting those same marks. He's not really pushing himself too hard. He's just hitting the right marks every lap he turns. So to be able to follow, at least for the last 5 laps, now 6, here on lap 364, 0.4 of a second faster than Sean Rogers is Matt Long.
Yeah, something tells me he's going to reel in that 44 before long, and those 9-lap old tires are going to show the difference, because Matt Long is going to get by him shortly.
Look, Sean Rogers has already gone to victory lane this season. Matt Long has been fighting his way through this all season long. as Sean Rogers gets around the 54, a lap car of Michael Caffrey, and kind of that Hunt Brothers Pizza look to it. And you know what? I've had the Hunt Brothers Pizza. Not sure if I find it to be that appealing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the appeal is with it, to be honest with you. I really don't.
I had it in Buxton, North Carolina, down in the Outer Banks, and it was at a gas station because I guess that's kind of where they come from. And it was gas station pizza. That's how I view it.
Quick Trip has some of the best gas station pizza.
How about no to all gas station pizza?
You're not wrong.
Casey's General Store has very good gas station pizza.
Wawa has pizza, and it's okay, but I would still rather just, put my head into a wood chipper. 368 laps here in the books, and we're watching these times here for long. And to your point, Sean, we're at 1.02, almost less than a full second. There it is, 0.99 seconds behind Sean Rogers for Matt Long.
Which means he's starting to get the draft down the back straightaway, and his eyes are getting a lot wider as the lap count comes ticking down a little bit more.
That draft that you're talking about comes in at about 6 to 7/10 of a second. Right now he's at 3/4 of a second, so he's closing in on that. As soon as he hits that 7/10, he'll catch a little bit of that draft. That's what I've seen, here in these next-gen cars. You need about 7/10 of a second, and he just jumped from 3/4 of a second to 6/10. He is in the draft and now drawing in on Sean Rogers like a madman with now 4/10 of a second.
Well, Sean Rogers is running away from Matt Long like he's got lunch money, and Matt Long is trying to get to the lunch money. As they come down the back straightaway,
here comes Long, blowing the doors off of Sean Rogers on lap 370. Wow. And there he goes.
Adios.
That's the difference in the tires. It just showed its head right there.
Yeah, and now Sean Rogers has no choice but to try to match Matt Long step for step. He can't do so. Those tires just barely older. As we look back here, Tanner Marty about to do the same thing to Mitchell Smith as he was working on Mitchell Smith the entire time as we were watching the lead get ready to change. Now Tanner Marty bringing along Paul Hill in the 6 machine. Couldn't think of his name. As Paul Hill still down a lap, now kind of helping Tanner Marty get on past Mitchell Smith. Now that they've done that, then, essentially Tanner Marty can focus on Chris Davis, who's up here quite a distance away, about 2.2 seconds. Wow, a little bit of smoke out of the rear end. As we work here on lap 372, want to take a look once again at Nolan Hodgson leading Ethan Eckert by less than 2/10 of a second, but Chris Davis all of a sudden able to turn on the afterburners and get to the low side of Eckert.
Yeah, this track is definitely starting to groove in a little bit more, and we're going to start seeing a lot better racing side by side. Again, that's just how the nature of this track is. The top shelf is going to start developing a little bit more, and we're going to be seeing a lot more side-by-side action as these laps wind down.
Ethan Eckert gets a little bit loose there as he comes out of turn 4. We see Nolan Hodgson, that connection finally starting to calm itself down, and he gets wound up here in 4th position just ahead of Chris Davis, who's trying to secure that top 5 finish ahead of Ethan Eckert. Ethan Eckert, one of his best runs of the season right now, in 6th position, trying to get himself back up here into contention to challenge for the lead, but with 374 laps in the books, 26 to go this time at the line, it's going to be tough to get up there and get this job done.
Yeah, it is, because the lap times are starting to equalize a little bit. The tires are starting to equalize a little bit, and that 97 has checked clean out. So I think everyone else is going to be battling for second, as that 97 of Matt Long is long gone.
Yeah, all of a sudden he just went from 2 3/4. Wow, Sean Rogers just plummeting as Matt Long catches something up here. Oh, and we go under caution. This is not what we wanted to see. Chris Custer winding up coming this way on the crash screen. Let's see what happened with him. Everything bad going on race radio. Drivers starting to get frustrated as, Chris Custer was down on the inside trying to stay out of the way, and bad things just happened to him. You know, that happened to me a number of years ago at Talladega. I was down on the apron trying to stay out of the way of the pack as it came through in a truck race, and I got sucked up into it. Oh, God.
You got to feel for him at this point, and I also feel the frustration of everybody because they've been doing this for roughly 3.5 hours now, and everyone's getting tired, and the frustrations are going to start boiling over, and that's the fatigue factor of this race.
Not that
it's just a matter of who can keep everything in check.
And not that I want to be a stickler on time, but it's not 3.5 hours. It's 3 hours, 55 minutes.
No, well, you realize I probably lost about 20-odd minutes with all the laughter we've had.
That's fair. Of course, some of that laughter has now subsided as we've gotten into the twilight, and even the broadcasters are starting to show our exhaustion here. This isn't just an endurance race for the drivers, but for those of us up here in the broadcast booth, you know, it's a long day. As John Wilco scampers around here, he thinks he wants to try to get back in front of everybody as Sean Rogers, Bobby Anderson, and Matt Long scurry down pit road.
Well, it's going to be a typical short track shootout here late in this race. Now we're going to really see who's got some stuff.
Well, I mean, it really makes for a long day whenever you're saving a polka band, though.
Oh, that was a good one. I said to the station owner, I think I said it earlier. I said to the station owner, I said, look, I said, when it comes to Jimmy Sturr, I said, I want to meet the guy. You know, I've listened to his records over the years and thought that it was, you know, good music, so on and so forth. I said, I just want to meet him. I thought maybe I'd get a handshake, maybe a selfie, and move about my business and be lost in the shuffle. I didn't think that I'd be riding back with him for an hour from Scranton, shooting the breeze, getting to know one another. Turns out he's a really cool dude. You know, I'd like to say it was a dream come true, and it kind of was. And to be fair, that's where sim racing media was kind of a springboard for me to even be in that situation. I mean, you know, without the experience that we get here on iRacing, I wouldn't have had the ability to say, hey, I can do play-by-play for football. Yeah, sure, I can read the news. Sure, I can do remote broadcasts. It just all kind of came together at the right time and right place, right time for a change.
I feel that completely. And actually, for me, it was kind of the reverse because doing play-by-play for Snowman Multimedia for a few games here and there kind of gave me the confidence to be like, okay, I can start doing other things. And when the call came for me to come over here to SRM, I was like, I'm all for it. This is what I know best. Right. I got the 17 years behind the wheel. I can enjoy this. And, you know, I'm learning from some of the greatest people in broadcasting I can think of. So, hey, I'm all for it.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to see the real world and the digital world collide. And we see that so many times here on the iRacing.com servers. You know, of course, there's been plenty of drivers who have translated their iRacing career into real-life racing and vice versa. I mean, some of these guys, you know, obviously a lot of it came out of COVID and the pandemic of 2020. But, you know, a lot of the spotlight got turned on to those of us here on iRacing just because, hey, you know, we can do this and try to make something look cool even though that we can't be at the racetrack.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And, you know, that's where guys like William Byron made a lot of headway. Now Raja Karut's making headway. And you see guys even as far up the totem pole as F1 champion Max Verstappen showing up to do truck races at Talladega from time to time. So there's a lot of people out there that have been able to parlay it into real-world experience.
I think the funny thing to me is that when I first got into this, my dad said to me, he goes, what are you doing? You're watching imaginary cars on an imaginary racetrack. You're, you know, or you're driving them at that point. I was. And I said, Dad, I said, it's really cool. I said, some of these guys have real sponsors that really pay attention to them. I said, the broadcasts have real people on them with real sponsors, yada, yada, yada. And then when I got into the broadcast side of it, he goes, all right, I'll watch you do this. And yeah, sure, it's pretty cool. But, once you build a library of essentially we have demo tapes everywhere. Oh, you want to call high school football? Here, listen to this. This is, I can translate this to football pretty well. And it made a lot of sense. It was cool just the journey from driver to broadcaster to real life broadcaster has just been so exciting and so fulfilling, and kind of a dream come true kind of situation as the iRacing.com pace car drops out. Bobby Anderson hits the loud pedal, and we're back underway. Sean Rogers and Matt Long chasing Bobby Anderson. I feel like this is how a lot of these races in this league have gone this year. As we go back here to Sean Rogers, who's fading in the 44. Matt Long, though, he will not be put to bed early tonight. Almost 20 laps to go this time at the line. He's got Chris Davis in tow. And Matt Long on those fresh tires is a dangerous weapon here on the racetrack.
Yeah, Bobby Anderson.
Go ahead.
Bobby Anderson jumping out to that lead with Matt Long right in tow, and that's just to piggyback off of Dave. But, I feel like this race broadcast got off the rails real early, and now we just ring it back in.
Going on board here with Matt Long. Going on board here with Matt Long in the 97. He's chasing down Bobby Anderson. And, at this point, you got to wonder, Matt Long knows that he can hang back here, probably save a little bit, get off the throttle, and let, Bobby Anderson set the pace. And at the moment that he needs to, he'll do the exact same thing that he did a little while ago and pounce on him like he's a lion chasing down the gazelle in the Serengeti.
20 laps to go. It's 20 laps of playing chess. And right now, Matt Long's got the car to take everybody to school. He's just going to lay it down a little bit, just study what the 18 Anderson is doing. And then when that time is right, game over.
He's got to get around Ethan Eckert here first, as the 11 car is just kind of a speed bump right now in the middle of the road. The 97 now starting to close in on the 18 of Bobby Anderson. Matt Long has worked all night long, 600 miles. Whoa, a rub of the wall from Eckert causes the entire line behind them to check up. Now side by side they go into turns 1 and 2. Matt Long regains the race lead here by literally half a car length, as they are now neck and neck going down the backstretch into turn 3. As they come off the back chute and into 3, it looks like Matt Long is just going to shove it right underneath Bobby Anderson, as Chris Davis lays fast time down at 29.24 seconds. They are drag racing through the quad oval.
Yeah, it's a John Force style run going into turn 1, but it looks like Matt Long is going to be able to pull this one out. That car has been dangerously quick all day, and Matt Long has got to be like a pit bull trying to sink his teeth into a pork chop right now. You're not taking this win from me.
Alan, I got to believe, this can only be put up with for so long when they're side by side like that. What's it like from a driver's perspective to sit there and be side by side with somebody for so long without making a mistake?
Part of you feels like it's fun. Part of you feels like it's absolutely annoying, like you should have put the guy away 3 corners ago. But at the same token, you also know that this is a true test to see how quick your car actually is. And if you know that no one else behind you can catch you, then it's a real game of cat and mouse to see who's going to slip first.
Ethan Eckert taking some flack on race radio. Alan, I can hear him. He's down here trying to get a lap back. He's trying to chase down those leaders. But it just seems like maybe this is a bad time for Ethan Eckert to be up here mixing it up with the race leaders Anderson, Long, and Chris Davis.
Yeah, it's definitely bad news bears for the race leaders, and these guys are, look, Ethan Eckert's still racing for something. May not be a race win, but he's still racing for something. As Bobby Anderson and Matt Long going side by side, John Ford style, and all Ethan Eckert's trying to do is get his lap back the hard way.
The scary thing, though, is that when you're down that lap, and, sure, you have every right to try to get that lap back, the last thing you want to do is be a little too full of yourself and wind up taking out the race leaders as Chris Davis all but bump drafting Matt Long down the front stretch. Oh, my God, they really are. They're working in tandem as Chris Davis just shoves Matt Long out to the race lead. He should be able to drift up, throw the block in front of Bobby Anderson, and secure that race lead. Now, this race is Matt Long's to lose.
And I don't see him losing it because of how strong that 97 car has been all race long. Those tires are going to be right underneath him the rest of the way. And I guarantee you he's going to start checking out on everybody.
Matt Long is now out here about a quarter of a second ahead of Bobby Anderson, as Anderson is side by side with Chris Davis. Now, they've got Ethan Eckert here on the high side, just over top of Sean Rogers from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Sean Rogers here looks to the inside, and he's desperately trying to get away from Ethan Eckert. It's almost like Eckert's a leper, and they're all trying to get away from that colony.
Yeah, the last thing anybody wants is a lap car in the mix, especially this late in a race, trying to disrupt a good finish. But that 11 car is hanging strong on that outside, so you never know. He might still end up being a force for somebody here yet.
I mean, he's got the speed.
And let the screaming on race radio begin as everybody getting frustrated with Ethan Eckert trying to hold his own out here. Again, I feel like from a driver's perspective, you have every right to defend that position that you've gotten yourself into. But by the same token, there's got to be a level of discipline from Ethan Eckert to know that, hey, you're the lucky dog. You've got Chris Claude, your teammate, behind you. If you want the lap back that bad, wait for the caution to come out as we're 9 laps to go here in the 2024 Coca-Cola 600 in the Stacy Strong Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series. Dave Regal, Shane Lake, and Alan Bergen with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight, making us a part of your evening, welcoming us into your home, onto your phones, no matter where you may be or how you may be listening. We want to thank you as we keep an eye here on Ethan Eckert, who has now bled back behind the 94. So that's going to put him a little bit deeper in trouble. Brian Tarnowski, the last car on the lead lap, kind of far away from Matt Long, who's now just about a tenth of a second ahead of Chris Davis, who's figured out that there's an extra gear and he's just got to get around Matt Long.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to be able to because Matt Long has been biting this pork chop all race long. He ain't going to let it go without a fight, and something tells me that 97 is going to have a lot of fight left in it, especially this late in the race.
I mean, Matt has earned this all season. I mean, let's take a look and see where he is with 7 laps to go. Matt Long's not even up here in the top 18. In the top 5, but he runs here in 9th position on our points standings, 359 points, 100 points behind Sean Rogers, who currently is behind him, running in 4th position. I mean, at this stage in the race, Matt Long's got to be up here holding on for dear life, and he is, as he said, listen, if you want to get this race win, you've got to take it from my cold, dead hands with now 5 laps to go at the line.
And right now, I can guarantee you he's mirror driving the absolute daylights out of that 97 Dark Horse Mustang. And aero blocking is going to become a big, big thing late in this race.
I'm curious if this is the kind of racetrack where we can see almost like what they do at Pocono, where they start to snake themselves down the backstretch just to break up that draft air. He's going to hitch his wagon. I can't see. Wow, no, he's not. He's going to blow right on past here at the line. 4 laps to go for Matt Long.
It wouldn't surprise me to see these guys snake a little bit down the back straightaway, but I don't think it'd be doing a lot of good because how quick you can cover the back straightaway, because these guys are doing about 190 going into the corners. So snaking wouldn't exactly do a whole lot of good, but the mirror driving in the corners is going to be monstrous now.
Matt Long, one of 2 drivers right now in the top 3 without a win on the season. We see Bobby Anderson. He doesn't have a win yet. Neither does Matt Long. And Chris Davis the same way. So there's a lot of hungry drivers. Those sharks starting to swim here with 3 laps to go, coming down the back chute. All of a sudden, now everybody who's been up here battling in the top 3, none of them with a win yet this season. And this would be the absolute perfect ticket to punch their way to the playoffs as they cross the start-finish line. The popsicle sticks go in the air. We're 2 laps to go.
Yeah, all these hungry drivers are going to be wanting something here from this banquet. And after 600 miles, they're going to be declared an Ironman because it's about time that I think Barney's going to start waving that white flag on Matt Long and the 74 Davis here real quick.
Matt Long hauls it down into turns 3 and 4 as they roll out of turn 4. Barney's got the white flag in the air. The popsicle sticks go down. We're racing back to checkers. Want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight, making this race as great as it is. 3 drivers, no wins between them, battling it out. And Chris Davis fading into the night now as Bobby Anderson can't get himself caught back up. They're still fighting like cats and dogs in the pack behind them. But for the first time this year, we're calling it right here, right now on Sim Racing Media. Matt Long rolls out of turn number 4 one final time at Charlotte Motor Speedway and captures the checkered flag. Matt Long, your 2024 Coca-Cola 600 winner in the Stacy Strong Cup Series.
That car was dominant all race long, and this is well-deserved for Matt Long. Well-deserved. Absolutely crazy win for this.
I am fully shocked. This was, until I realized that none of these 3 drivers had a win, I didn't realize why they were running the way that they were. I mean, this is just me being ignorant and not paying attention to the stats all the time. As you know, most of the time we get wrapped up in watching these races, but Matt Long, you are the man, in the words of the great late Harry Callis.
Actually, I think in this case, after 600 miles, it's more like he's the Iron Man picking up this win.
Appropriately enough, he's got that, as a matter of fact, he's got that black and orange Baltimore Orioles paint scheme. So just like the Ironman 2,131 games for Cal Ripken, 400 laps here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for Matt Long. As he, Chris Davis, and Bobby Anderson going to land on our podium here in the Stacy Strong Cup Series. Got to go grab Matt as he's up here in the Dirty South room. And here we go down to Matt Long in the 97. Hey, Matt, it's Dave up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Man, it's about time you decided to put on the wedding dress instead of being a bridesmaid.
Dude, I'm excited to get married, man. No kidding, dude. I thought when that caution came out, Bobby took 2, and he was tough to pass there. Man, I thought it was slipping away, but we got past him, and then Sean comes with a good run, and yeah, it wasn't easy. So, I'm excited to win this big race.
Listen, you should have been, man. I mean, you put on one heck of a show for these fans here at home, watching us literally from around the world. I know that one person was watching from Italy today. And, here's the thing. You battle all night long. All 3 of you were winless coming into this race. Now you've officially punched that playoff ticket. What does that do for the rest of your season as we look ahead?
Yeah, the playoff deal is big. I mean, just the points alone, the playoff points carry you a long way. So, definitely, I think we would have been good to make the playoffs on points, but, it just gives us that insurance. And, we can get a little creative on some of these races. We know we're locked in, so that's a good thing.
Next week, we head to the shadow of the Gateway Arch in St. Louis. What are you thinking about as we go to a slightly smaller track, maybe a little bit less pressure on you now as, you've got this notched in your belt?
No, I love that track. I mean, it's, you got to brake. Both turns are different. It's kind of like, I don't know, like a big Phoenix or something, but yeah, I hope tire wear is an issue, and I'm pretty good at those tracks. I'm excited.
All right, my man. Well, listen, before we cut you loose, who do you need to thank and who helps you get it done on the 97 team?
Yeah, it's my teammates, man. It sucks Neil got wrecked out. He is super fast. And Bobby, man, those guys are awesome. We work well together. And then, yeah, you guys for putting on the show, Chris for running the league, and all the fans out there watching.
All right, my man. Well, listen, congratulations on the first one of the season. You earned it. Burn the house down, brother.
I already did. I think my tires are done.
If they weren't done before you hit the start finish line here, they certainly are now. Congratulations, my friend.
All right, thanks, guys.
And Alan, I believe right now you have with you on pit road Chris Davis, driver the number 74.
Chris Davis, how's it going, Bob? It's Alan and Dave and Shane up here in the SRM booth.
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Man, look, so you brought it home P2 tonight, just short of the victory there. But look, we've been battling some pretty severe weather all night. Take us through that race, and how did the severe weather affect you on your end of the show me state?
I had a few little moments where my quality and stuff was blinking in and out, but it wasn't too bad. I know Nolan had a huge issue with it, but looks like he recovered for a good finish. But weather wasn't too bad. For me, it was just not enough speed.
Well, next week the SNN Stacy Strong Cup Series moves to my end of the state here. Just east of St. Louis here. So, what's your mindset as we go to Worldwide Technology Raceway?
Momentum. Hopefully, this is a good start for me. I've had a few rough weeks here lately. Almost got that tonight when I got a little bit of damage in stage 2, but do pretty decent, in the St. Louis track. So, I know it's a tough little track to get around. We'll have to see how it goes.
All right, Chris. And before we get you out of here, is there anybody that you would like to thank to help get you here tonight?
Yeah, I gotta thank my teammates, Sean, and he helped me out quite a bit tonight, and Carson and my brother Shane. He helped me with the qualifying set tonight. Martin Sports for being on the car, and all the Beast Mode Performance guys.
All right, Chris. Well, have a good rest of your week, and we'll see you Sunday night at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
I appreciate you guys.
As always, thank you, Alan, for that. And last but certainly not least, Shane, I believe you have with you now on pit road Bobby Anderson, driver the number 18 Ford Mustang.
Hey guys. Yeah, Dave, I'm down. Yeah, Dave, I'm down here with Bobby on pit road. Bobby, talk to me a little bit about that final pit stop and the strategy with the 2 tires.
Well, I had seen it in the Coke race. I think like 15 of the top guys all took 2 tires. Ran a race last night where a guy took 2 tires. There must be just some kind of extra short run adjustments that they were making that I wouldn't, but they're also a lot better than me too. So hung up as much as I could, but just couldn't stick around long enough.
Yeah, you were so close to picking up your first win of the season. You have any thoughts about going into Gateway next week?
Well, I wish I could be there. I'll be on vacation though, so unfortunately I won't be making it.
Well, hopefully it's a great vacation. Before we cut you loose, anyone you want to thank on the side of that stock car that helps get you done?
Hey, Matt Long, Neil Pearson, Andrew Dyson, who wasn't here tonight, all the guys with Dirty South Racing. I always say, those guys are great. They're a lot better than me, and they make me better on the track. They push me to be better, so really happy to be their teammate and happy they string me along. So just shout out to those guys and shout out to you guys with the broadcast. I know 4.5 hours is a long stretch, so thank you guys for what you do.
Hey, we appreciate that one, man. Enjoy that P3 finish.
Take care, guys.
Dave, back in the booth with you.
Shane, thank you as always. Gentlemen, this has been an incredible feat. I'm glad that you came along with us, Shane. I know that we had a lot of laughs, a lot of good times tonight. And that's something that I think that we can continue to build on here at SRM. It's what keeps me coming back. This is why iRacing is a drug to me. Quite frankly, I can't get enough of hanging out with you guys, watching some great races. And, here at Charlotte, after 600 miles, the only thing we have left to say is, whew, it's been a long one. But,
tell me about it.
Before we get out of here, especially because you came willingly, before we get out of here, we want to take one final look at our results from the 39 drivers who took the green flag tonight. Matt Long, he finally gets his checkered flag. Chris Davis and Bobby Anderson join him on the podium. They will continue their search for a checkered flag. Nolan Hodgson out of Lamar's, Iowa, finishes in fourth, while Kalamazoo, Michigan's Sean Rogers rounds out your top five. Tanner Marty and Mitchell Smith finished 6th and 7th, with Rich Jett, Mark Johnston, and John Wilco out of McAdoo, Pennsylvania, finishes in the top 10. Paul Hill and Steve Herring finished 11th and 12th, with Brian Turnowski out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, finishes 13th. Ethan Eckert comes home in 14th, with teammate Chris Claude 15th, just behind. Matt Mackin and Keith Long wrap up the 16th and 17th positions, with Eric Papineau in 18th. Michael Caffrey and Ron Fitting round out the top 20, Alan.
Yeah, so rounding out the top 20 is
Ron
Fitting is 20th. 21st is Rodrigo Logo. Chad Sander will bring home 22nd. Chris Custer will bring home 23rd. Andrew Deemer will bring it home 24th. 25th will be Ken Ron. 26th will be Kavaja Holt. Anthony Samiano will bring it home P27. Bennett, who was not in it, will bring it home 28th. And the Faster Pastor will bring it home 29th. Neil Pearson did not have the finish that he wanted. He will bring it home 30th.
Yeah, 31st, Alexander Gangler. 32nd, Saber Cornez. Unfortunately, bad luck with him. Ryan Fisher, Ryan Samuelson, Dalton Mobley, Rafael Rodriguez, Randall Watkins. By the way, I love the paint job on that 27 car. Midnight looked good early. And Jeff Carson will round out the field of guys who unfortunately did not have the best of luck in tonight's 600 miler.
600 miles is a long time for anybody in this league, and in any league, quite frankly, and in any application here on the iRacing.com servers. But they get it done here in the Stacy Strong Cup Series week after week, season after season, and I cannot be more proud of the show that these drivers put on tonight. So for myself, Dave Regal, thanking just from the bottom of my heart, especially while I was fading out and you guys carried me as teammates do. I appreciate that so very much. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. After a very long day, microphone to microphone, it has just been, it's been an incredible day for me. I know that it has been for you guys as well. I know that it's been a long weekend of 500 and 600 mile races here on Memorial Day weekend. As always, we want to tip our cap and salute those veterans who have sacrificed it all in the name of freedom and protecting the freedoms that we so desperately cherish and hold on to in this country. So thank you for that. Shane, Allen, once again, thank you for joining us tonight. And tomorrow and every day as you walk down the road of life, please don't play in traffic. Good night, everybody.